do that.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. Cool. We're ready to go? I think it's like nice indirect kiss with all the... But you just don't have to worry. You get the first. Yes. Beautiful. We good? Hello, and welcome to the Amplify Games showcase that we have going on. My name is Rani. This is Lili. We are from Zed Games. Before I introduce our guest today, I quickly want to do an acknowledgement of country. So I would like to, and we would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land that we are on today, the Yagara and Turrbal people. It always was and always will be Aboriginal land. Today, joining us to start off this beautiful day, this wonderful day, the highlight of my year, is Bang 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 Studios. We have Sam and Lockie who have made Lone Pine.
Hello, it's nice to be here. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
So we're here to talk about Lone Pine. Do you want to give us a quick elevator? What is Lone Pine?
Okay, so Lone Pine is set in the fictional Lone Pine National Park, and there's rumour that on one mountain in particular, there are cryptids that have been congregating, and unfortunately there's no hard evidence that they exist. There never is, exactly. And so that brings us to our protagonist, Izzy, who's this scrappy 20-something-year-old who's running away. Rusty cable car up to the top of this mountain in the hopes that she will be the first person to capture photographs of these cryptids.
I think that's an entirely valid way of dealing with her issues.
Significantly cheaper.
Yeah,
This
is true.
So Lone Pine National Park, not Lone Pine Koala Sanctuary.
Yes, we get asked this a lot. We love the name Lone Pine, but we also love the Koala Sanctuary too. We've been there a number of times. Shout out to them. So.
Are there any koalas in this game?
No, there's not, but maybe we'll put like a drop bear or two in there at some point.
Yes.
Yeah, drop bear would make a
References
very
to
good
drop
cryptid,
bears, yeah.
actually. Yeah.
I did notice that this game is quite American in the Lone Pine, obviously, and the selling plasma.
Yeah.
I noticed that. And I love that sort of American forest park ranger aesthetic. Is very cool. But I'm curious why you decided to go that route of that setting.
Yeah, sure. I mean, it is. We're trying to do a mix of not just North American, but also kind of European and a little bit of Australian as well. If you get to the end and you see not at the end, but partway through, you'll catch a glimpse of a little cryptid that's more Australian inspired in the animals. So
I definitely noticed that.
Yeah, a bit of plant life and wildlife that is more Australian, because it is kind of just this conglomerate of different national parks and places.
So it's not a fictional forest in America, it's a fictional forest
Yes, that's right.
all over the world.
Of all places.
Could be anywhere.
We call the little cryptid Shiny Lad within the team.
The one in the demo.
Yes, we love him.
Very shiny.
Yeah.
If you haven't played it, very shiny.
Now, the cryptids that you're including in the game, are they cryptids that come from existing urban legend, or are they some that you've made up
so
yourselves?
there's references in here to cryptids that you would know, like Bigfoot, Mothman, and that kind of stuff. But when we are putting the game together, it's kind of our own unique spin and our own unique kind of cryptids that we're trying to create.
We want them to have their own folklore and stuff attached as well, so you can kind of learn about them as you explore the game.
Yeah. So one thing I am noticing is that with a lot of sort of cryptid sort of aesthetic, when we look up cryptids and stuff like that, it's usually quite dark. Your game is not sort of meeting that usual expectation of what you would find with cryptids. Was that an intentional choice?
I think it is, part of it comes from the art style and the way that it looks, but also at the start of the game, it is very kind of bright and sunny as things begin, but then partway through, there's some more severe weather, things get a bit more intense.
Spooky.
And spooky, and so as you progress through, things will kind of change and become a bit more that way.
Speaking of the art style, it's that lovely sort of hand
Like
painted, hand
watercolor,
drawn,
yeah.
that a lot of, what are the names of them? The classic point and click, as
Yeah,
this
old
is a
school
point and click
point and
puzzle
click,
game.
yeah.
You don't get as many of those, and I miss them. Broken Age I loved, and it's very similar aesthetically to that. Are there any of those games that you really loved, and that's why you went to this style? Why did you pick point and click with this beautiful art style?
So our lovely illustrator, Lara, so she's kind of developed this style, and when we got Lara on board, we were just like, hey, just go wild, do what style you love. And Lara's not actually a big gamer, so it's a bit of a fun style to work with, because she hasn't necessarily like taken inspiration from other games that she's played. This is just her signature style that she's kind of
I do like that.
brought to it. So
I do notice some similarities between the sort of more popular art styles that we're seeing in particularly American National Park graphics as well, including the game's logo, like that title page. It's very much of that style.
yeah.
What's your favorite mechanic in the game?
Ooh, I think my personal favorite part of Lone Pine is the camera mini game, just because it was my idea. I do a bit of photography, and we were talking to the team and sort of saying, look, we need to have some more interactivity in this. We don't want Izzy to just be walking around and not really doing much, and then we were thinking, well, obviously it's about photographing cryptids. We need to make the photography into a proper mini game. And then I sort of said, look, I think we need to, hear me out, but we should make it with all of the actual camera settings for exposure and zoom and focus and whatnot. So that's kind of part of the game, is that because you can't just send the reporters a blurry Bigfoot photo, they won't accept that. So it has to be in focus, it has to be properly exposed. So that's kind of where that idea came from.
Yeah, I would say my favorite is probably the dialogue system that you're looking at right now. I think our developer probably hates me a little bit because I keep asking for all these different things about it, to reference things that you chose at the beginning, or to have all these different types of branches and stuff. But I'd say that system, I think, is probably my favorite.
Yeah.
So there is an element of what you choose matters, right?
Yeah, so the idea is that we'll have two different endings based on what you choose to do at the end, but also you can have different kind of interactions with the characters, and what you say will affect your relationship with the rangers that you speak to on the radio. Yeah.
And also, some of the dialogue choices that you choose earlier on in the game could maybe pop up later in the game too.
Ooh, I love these.
Yeah.
Tell me more about that pie in my final moments as I'm being attacked by Bigfoot.
Yes.
Exactly, yep.
I'll think of that pie. You don't have to tell me. This could be too much of a secret, but is this a good ending, bad ending situation, or is it just two different endings?
Yeah, I think we've tried to make them pretty even, I think. But yeah, did you want to say a bit more about the choices, or are we kind of keeping that a...
I think we should keep it a little bit of a secret, but I would agree that there's no good outcome, bad outcome. It's just two different outcomes.
It's the way that
can
you,
choose
the way
for
you see it,
Izzy.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm curious, going back a bit to the cryptids, I have friends that love cryptids. Who doesn't love a good cryptid?
Oh, of course.
Yes. Do you guys have I know you've said that a lot of the cryptids in this game are your own amalgamations, but do you have a favorite real-life cryptid?
I don't think I have a favorite real-life cryptid, but I definitely spend a lot of, when looking up stuff to do with what to put in the story and which cryptids to put in, I think a lot of American folklore, you might not be surprised to see, Appalachian kind of folklore, like those kind of skinwalker kind of things like that, or Wendigos, Jersey Devil, those kind of ones, I would say.
A skinwalker, huh?
Yeah.
I did notice in the demo it listed a bear, a freak weather event, which you mentioned earlier, and a man.
Yes, so yeah, that's
A
one
man
of our,
or a skinwalker.
Yeah, we love to see people react to that part of the game, but also not just a fun reference to that discourse, but also a bit of foreshadowing, because Izzy may or may not run into one or more of those things in the game.
So how long do you think, how big of a story do you think this is going to be? Obviously, you're a smaller team, but is this, do you think, will be like a 2-hour game, or a longer, more branching 8-hour? I know you might not know at this point, but is there a goal?
I reckon cheeky 4. A cheeky 4 hour.
I think that's the perfect length.
That is a great length.
That is the length that I can sit down if I'm sick or just don't want to go to work, and I can bust out a whole game, get the full experience, maybe play it a second time to get the ending.
Yeah.
That's
It's a
perfect
great
length.
Sunday afternoon activity.
Yes.
The house is clean, I don't want to do anything, I don't want to see anybody. I'm going to play this game, and it is good to binge it.
Yeah.
You can play it in one sitting, but you don't have to. I love a game like that. Sam, do you have a favorite cryptid? We didn't quite get to that one.
Oh, definitely Mothman.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We
A woman
we
of
are
taste.
alike. Mothman is my favorite. Yowie? Yowies versus Bigfoot.
Yes.
versus Bigfoot.
Ooh, yeah.
This is the kind of discourse I'm ready to get into.
Yeah.
Yowie or Bigfoot?
I reckon Yowie. I mean, I grew up eating Yowie
Yeah.
chocolates,
Yeah.
so that feels like a.
You know
like
they
the one for me.
changed the chocolate recipe. They taste different now.
No.
Yep.
That's brutal.
Bigfoot is pretty iconic, but we're Australian. We
Yes,
gotta
exactly.
We gotta root for ours.
Yeah.
Now we don't have. I don't think we have the sound coming through as I'm playing through this game, so it didn't come through. But
Don't ask me.
I've noticed a little bit of a Easter egg as I was playing through the demo.
Yes.
Can you tell me more about that? And if there are any other Easter eggs planned further in the game?
Well, in terms of audio Easter eggs, if you go to the control room and you figure out how to get the radio to turn on, you can tune into some of the channels and you may hear some familiar voices from a familiar community radio.
Oh,
Who could
no.
they be?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm terrified.
We've hit the big time.
That's spooky in and of itself.
That's the real horror. Yeah.
I like to exist as some kind of figment. I'm like partially fictional because of the radio.
Now, how... Oh, I don't know if everyone caught that on the screen, but that was Shiny, Big Shiny?
Shiny Lad.
Shiny Lad.
Shiny
yeah.
lad.
I think he wasn't very big, but I want to call him Big Shiny Lad.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. How long have you been working on Lone Pine together?
We've been working on Lone Pine. We started, it was like November 2023. We tried to do the game jam, which is like a month long. And we were really like, yeah, this is going to be great. Because usually game jams are, 48-hour game jam. And we're like, we got a whole month. Anyway, we started and then Lockie got COVID. And so we did not complete the game jam, unfortunately. But then sort of, early 2024 came around. And so this was, so we're half the team. So we've got Lara, our illustrator, and Dan, our developer. And so we were chatting with Dan and he's like, I still really want to make a game. So, we started making Lone Pine. And at that point we were using stock vector assets because we didn't have an illustrator and we were just working with that. And sort of my job at the time, I was working with Lara and, I did a bit of a showcase and she came after that and said, hey, I would really love to do the artwork for this. And we're like, oh, this is so exciting. Because at that point we had just a really small concept. We were going to maybe do like a little itch game, which would have been great. But when you've got an illustrator as talented as Lara on board, we're just like, let's do it. Like, go to the moon. Like,
It is absolutely stunning. I mean, I love all the mechanics of the photography, and I think maybe my favorite thing in any game is where there's branching dialogue. So I am sold.
I'm the same, yeah.
Yeah, you get it. But I could just walk around this game and admire the beautiful artwork for quite a while.
It is incredibly pretty to look at.
I'll also say, but you can't, obviously don't have the sound in this one, but if you get to play it outside, definitely play with headphones on if you can, because Sam has done a great job, not just of the natural sounds that you hear, but also the soundtrack itself. The music is really
So
good. And we're very
I
proud.
was going to ask, what are each of your roles on the game itself?
so I'm the animator and I also do the music and all of the sound effects. And I'm also currently the voice of Izzy. So
Yeah, and so I do the writing, so the story, where it goes, what happens, the dialogue that you see as well, the things that you find in the notebook, like the diary entries and stuff like that, and also a little bit of like a producer role or just general kind of admin for the studio.
and also the voice of Ranger McFadden.
I also one of the other Ranger
You're
voices,
the
yeah.
He
Ranger
doesn't like to
McFadden.
bring it up. He doesn't like to bring it up.
What? We love Ranger McFadden. And does Ranger McFadden, will he be
A recurring
guess-
character?
Yeah, if there's a lot of dialogue, that implies that we're checking in with people throughout.
Yeah, so obviously you don't get to in this build, but there'll be times when you come back to check in with him over the radio, and Ranger Coleman, who's with him as well.
Who's
Yep.
also the voice of Lara.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm running a bit of a theme here with
Yeah.
our voice-over artists, but
Yeah, you'll definitely get to talk to him a few times, yeah.
yeah.
If you wanted to get people in, like I said, it's sadly not as common, the point and click puzzle. If you wanted to draw people in who haven't played this type of game before, how would you pitch it to them? How would you be like, convince them?
I feel like I'm really passionate about Lone Pine and the kind of, different genres of game we've sort of mushed together. It's kind of a bit of like, obviously the point and click elements, but also like the 2D like graphic adventure. So some of my favorite games of all time are games like Firewatch and Oxenfree. And the thing
can see the...
Yeah. The thing that upsets me so much is like you play through it and you might play it through like a few times, like your favorites, and then you're just like hankering for the next story. It's like reading a good book and you're like, oh, what's my next book going to be? And so that's kind of why I felt really passionate about working on a game like this because, personally for me, it's one of my favorite genres. So,
well, I will say that actually both of those games came to mind when I was playing through. Firewatch, obviously, because it's just this beautiful expanse, environment that you get to walk around. And I couldn't quite put my finger on what it was about Oxenfree, but something, I guess you're just a young girl out doing crazy things.
I guess so, yeah.
Both beautiful games.
Thank you.
So
They're definitely some of our favourites too, so there's a lot of inspiration from that as well.
Yeah.
And also randomly, Disco Elysium as well, because of the two cryptid or cryptozoologists that you find, we were really like into that storyline, and so I think that also kind of influenced the cryptid part of the game.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think we'll start to wrap up now, but before we go, 2 questions, I guess, are how long do you expect to still be in development for this game? And then also, is there anywhere people can find and play it today, or not today, but outside of today?
If you want to find and play it today on those computers and then out in the foyer after this, but...
Yes.
Yeah, so we're looking at a late 2026 release, so late next year. In terms of, obviously, the demos today that we've got, we're really hoping to get a full Steam demo released in a few months. So that's kind of like our next big milestone, which we're really excited about. So,
So if you go to the Steam page, we have QR codes and stuff outside, but if you follow the game or wishlist the game, you'll be able to see when we upload that demo to play as well.
Okay. And will this be a PC only, or are you expecting...
Yep, the plan is to have PC, Mac, Steam Deck verified, and possibly iOS for like a tablet. But anything beyond that is just a stretch goal for us. It'd be great, but we'll just see.
Well,
wonderful.
That is wonderful. Thank you so much for coming to talk to us today about this beautiful game. I love, again, you can't hear it, but I did love the music.
Oh, thank you.
I love nothing more than good branching dialogue, and it's beautiful art style. So you've got 3 for 3 there.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Please.
Thank you, Sam and Lockie from Bang 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 Studios.
Please go outside and meet them in the little foyer area we have downstairs. They're set up there all day. Or stick around here for a bit, because next up
we have
Bumper
Bumper
Bout.
Bout. Yep.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank
you.
Get ready, go!
Alrighty, welcome everyone to the second game for Amplify Games. Today we have Bumper Bout, which is a two-player pinball game with a little bit of a nefarious twist. But my name is Sarah. With me is...
I'm Tom.
And we've got the lovely developer.
I'm Rocco.
Nice to meet you, Rocco.
Nice to meet you.
Play 2 wins. I'm doing so good at this game.
Starting
All right.
losing already.
Why don't we start with, tell us about Bumper Bout. What is Bumper Bout? I know we've got it up on the screen, but now Tom and I are going to lock in while you tell us
Go.
what this game is about.
And the winner gets a prize. Bumper Bout is a local competitive pinball game. It's really just about taking what makes pinball fun and turning it on its head a little bit. So taking the familiar, I think everyone knows how to play pinball to some extent, and then sort of challenging that idea of what can you do to make that a little bit extra, surprise people, delight people.
It really is just like a minor change to a very familiar concept, but it really just turns pinball into...
A literal head-to-head, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is competitive, and the UI is kind of put together like a fighting game as well, where you've got your health and you've got a bar that fills up that represents you getting points, which means you can spend those to fire extra balls at your opponent and try and make them a bit flustered.
Oh, right. Yeah, I had extra balls I could buy. Yeah, take that.
Yeah, so using the
So-
keyboard control. So if you press up,
Yeah, fantastic.
that'll fire extra balls when you've got them.
So, obviously, you must have a love for pinball.
Nope.
Right? No.
No!
Really?
So we have a strong culture around pinball at the moment.
Well, I might avoid those people.
I mean,
They'll tear me apart.
yes and no, but I think for something that's like this, which is like a couch party game essentially.
It is, yeah.
Which is those are always great. You want to have a bunch of those.
Yeah, well,
locked and ready to go.
influences were like Puyo Puyo Tetris, Smash Bros, that kind of thing, where it's something you can play together for fun for 10 minutes, and then move on. And I'm like, there's a space for that, right?
Yeah,
Not everything
absolutely.
has to be the next Skyrim or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm showing my age there.
No, but this is definitely the kind of game where it's just kind of like having a fun, very competitive, so chill experience. Unless you're losing, and then it's less chill. But that's more of a personality thing.
Yeah, it's my fault for playing a lot of Pokemon pinball growing up.
Hell yeah.
But I mean, I'll say the ball bounce way better in this than they do in Pokemon pinball. So you've got one up on the original Game Boy Color.
Beating the Game Boy Color.
Yeah.
This does strike me as a type of game where you can sort of keep building on it with more features, more mechanics, more hecticness. Is there any like updates planned for Bumper Bout?
Yeah, I noticed that we both have little anime eye avatars up the top there.
Yes.
Is that a character that we're playing as, or?
Yeah,
Is
right.
there lore?
So yeah, there's 9 characters at the moment, and the idea is that there's going to be a themed stage per character.
Okay, cool.
Each character also has a function in the game that's just come in recently is power balls, and what you do is if you save 4 of your launch credits, you can launch a power ball instead. They merge into one, and that gives you double points in everything. It can't hurt you, but it doubles the damage on opponents and things like that. And it'll also have bespoke mechanics per character as well.
Yeah.
Coming for launch, which is looking to be October, and it's going to be characters, it's going to be stages, it's going to be single player, and it's going to be, fingers crossed, online versus.
Oh, that would be fantastic.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's the big
online
hurdle
would be
that remains,
crazy.
but
Yeah.
everything else is just building on what already exists because, like you said, it's pretty simple and it's built in a pretty modular way, so I can mix and match things to create new content.
Yeah, you can see where you can plug things in and take them out as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it looks fun. You saw how easy we picked it up, honestly.
That's great.
So,
What are some you mentioned that there are 9 characters so far. Can we have a little bit of an introduction to these 9 characters? Who are they? What are they about?
Top of my head.
What's
I
their-
just tried to be silly,
theme?
right? So, themes are obviously the ones you've seen. So there's space. There's a foosball one. The first stage doesn't. It was just sort of what I was testing in. In fact, in the engine, it's called test scene. But the characters are generally going to be themed after these levels, and I tried to be a bit wacky because I want it to be fun, right? So there's a pirate. And he's going to have, the high seas. There's a cowboy, and they're going to have the Wild West. Things like that.
Totally see some saloon doors getting in the way of my pinball.
Yeah, saloon
yes.
doors. It's going to have wanted posters up on the walls, and if a ball hits one, another one will be marked, and if it hits it, then so you have something to aim for. There's a train that goes through the level. Things like that.
That makes a lot of sense. When you look at the different pinball machines that are out there right now, you can kind of see it's all the same mechanics essentially, but they reward and affect the games in different ways.
Yeah.
And a lot of modern pinball machines now are actually modular as well. I think there's a range now that has a screen that is like the main backboard that informs the game, and then it's just a back section that you swap out.
I actually wondered, once this is launched, I wonder to what capacity this could be turned into an arcade, a physical arcade game, or just a digital one that you have.
I could see
flippers
it on
for,
like
right?
a 2-player. I'm picturing like a Time Crisis kind of
Yeah,
setup,
right.
Where you got the 2 players, one on each side, and they're both just going absolutely ham. Big screen with the bumper bout in the middle, and you get the high.
So we're talking
score.
like pie in the sky dreams, but
Yes.
I don't see that as impossible.
And I also see this as something that I run a few rounds with my friends before we get it really into like a long couch co-op campaign of something.
Yeah.
So I think it's definitely got a space. And
Well, that's the thing, right? Like to kind of prove to myself that anyone can enter this industry with the technology we have today, being access to the internet, some of human knowledge, such, and then to also take that and make something that has its own place. Like I said before, it doesn't have to be the be-all and end-all. It can be something that's small and fun, and makes it achievable for me, and that makes it appealing for a bite-size. What's it called when you grab a candy bar just before you leave
a little
Woolies?
snack bar.
It's
little
an
sweet
impulse.
treat.
It's an impulse kind
Yeah.
of purchase.
Yeah.
Impulse purchase, and it's the sort of thing that I think can be fun, and as long as people feel like they're getting it's not going to sell for a lot, but if they feel like they're getting what's worth for it, then I'll be happy.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I just want to prove to myself that this can be done.
Do you have any plans to get this on the Switch at all?
Yeah, so actually just talking to a guy half an hour ago who was super lovely and is putting me in touch with Nintendo. And
that is what the Queensland Games Festival can do.
Yeah,
for
we
you.
make them.
yeah, no,
We
for
make
real,
it
it's been
happen.
great. You do,
So-
and it's been such a great experience. Even just being invited here is so great because it's really lit the fire under me to push the project forward. I've got the support of my friends and family who have been so amazing, and then having the support of the community as well has just been overwhelming. It's great. Yeah.
Now, how confident are you with this game?
I'm always confident.
Tom, you seem to be doing pretty well.
I mean,
with
I've
it.
done okay so far. Do you feel like?
Can I pitch a little face-off between you two?
Oh yeah, sure. I won't lose.
All right. If you put in the secret cheat code that makes you better than me, then that's not fair.
Actually, I think this one has a bug where it loads the wrong stage, but that's the stage I want. So if we just, great.
All right. Yeah. Hey, look, we're going battleground, final destination. This is it. No pressure at all. And we're going to ask you more pressing questions just to give me a bit of an edge.
Yeah, go.
What do you think about the state of the video game industry right now?
I think it's in a really exciting time where independent developers have a chance to take the balance of power away from the large publishers. I think that it's a time where less people can do more things. I think that it's something that's really exciting. We're seeing a paradigm shift in this industry.
That's a good answer.
Thanks.
It is a really good answer. Quick, ask another one.
Well, what's 1 + 3?
I actually lost 3 lives and I didn't notice, so it worked. 1 + 3, gosh, 4.
Favorite color?
Red.
Have you considered putting tilt or bumps in this game?
Yes, I have. Damn it.
And Tom is the winner. But Rocco, you were a winner in
I
everyone's
mean,
hearts.
you had massive cognitive load going
Yeah.
on there. That was a
And I'm still
well done.
confident.
Yeah. Look, I appreciate you letting me win. It was very nice of you.
It was
You're
very
welcome.
gracious of you.
know.
Like
Yeah.
I know that you had like secret superpowers every time you touched the
I mean,
game.
you all might not have seen it, but just before we started, Rocco just like winked at me and whispered, "It's okay.
It's okay.
It'll be all right." And
got you.
I felt safe. But Bump About,
Bump about.
check it out.
Where can people keep up with Bump About and future games of yours?
Yeah, so I'm pretty active on Blue Sky after Twitter stopped being Twitter. So you can grab me there at Rockalot. Up at my booth, I've got a bunch of cards, and that's got my contact information there as well. But yeah, I'm looking to launch this on Epic Games, Steam, and both Switch platforms.
Fabulous.
That would be fantastic.
If you didn't really get a chance to play Bump About will be here all day. Just remind me again, whereabouts you're based?
So it's just up the main section in the top level, just before the big stairs. It's in the middle, near the elevator.
Yeah.
Does
So
it-
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah. Do you? I know that there's still a few months to go before this game is done and dusted. Do you have any ideas for a future project yet, or are you just?
Too many.
I
the
mean,
problem.
that's the thing.
Yeah.
Having
But
ideas is the easy part.
It's interesting because going through the process of doing this, forcing myself to do something that I perceived as simple, has taught me a lot about where I should prioritize my efforts in the future. So that's been really good to help me think about what is achievable, what is actually fun, what do people look for when they play these games. Yeah, it's there's a lot to chew on, but I've got a lot of ideas. I think the prevalent one is something that's a bit akin to Star Fox at the moment with a bit of a spin, but we'll see.
I could do with another good Star Fox-like game.
Yeah.
That'd be
I think
really good
there's
right
a
now.
market, There's a niche there.
There's a niche, but we'll see.
Do you have, I guess, from what you've learnt with making Bump About, do you have any advice you'd like to pass on to someone who might be thinking about making their next game?
Yeah, just do it, man. Just don't get caught up on perfection. Don't let what's the saying? Don't let perfection be the enemy of good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Don't let perfection be the enemy of done.
To have something that's like done and playable teaches you so much. Just to go ahead with that effort is worth more than anything else, right? So don't tell yourself you can't, because you can. Especially, like I said, with everything that we have at the moment with technology and stuff, you can, you know, or you only need the will. Right? So just try, and if it's not perfect, that's fine. You can always move on to the next thing. Life continues.
Yeah. And before we move on, I know you said you don't have a lot of pinball experience. Do you have a favorite pinball machine? Or how about this? If you could make a pinball machine based on any video game, not yours though, any video game, what would you like to see?
Give me a Dragon Ball pinball game. Come on, man.
Yeah, I feel like it's about you.
Yeah.
We're
The
getting
world is ready.
The world is ready.
Yeah.
Or a Pokemon one, you know.
yeah,
Like a physical
real-life
Pokemon, real life
pinball.
one. Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Give it some.
I mean, I think it's only a matter of time.
Yeah.
Um,
Come on, Nintendo.
yeah, come on, Nintendo. What's the deal, man? Last one was on the Game Boy Advance. It's been too long.
It's been too long. We've got a couple of minutes. Does anyone have any questions from the audience?
Hi.
Yeah.
So when I'm working on this, I listen to the music of Ace Combat a lot. I find it really inspiring, pushes me forwards. And
does.
yeah, and that sort of just gets me thinking about, I started playing those games because of that again. And then I've grown up a huge Nintendo fan, and sort of combining what I love about, like thinking about games, like I said before, that are relatively simplistic that you could achieve. And I think that kind of on-rails shooter that can open up into a 3D space is somewhat achievable. So giving that a very clear, readable style, having something that lets you do... Okay, hang on. I'll tell you this one thing, right? The mechanic that I keep getting drawn back to is the idea that you can bank either way, but if you press and hold both at the same time, you lose all friction and can turn around in any direction. And while you're doing that, shooting things, you build up a boost. And when you release it, that all engages at once. So you can imagine how in a multiplayer setting or, versing swarms of enemies in a single player, that could be really fun to turn around on a dime, shoot all the guys behind you, turn around up and immediately change directions.
So it sounds like almost a mix of like the aiming in Star Fox Zero with the Wii U gamepad crossed with the Shine Spark from
so
Metroid.
Massive missed opportunity with Star Fox Zero there.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
I was one of 10 people who bought that special edition.
God bless you. But yeah, no, I think that something like that could be fun, because I think ultimately I just want to chase experiences that are fun. You know what I mean? I think I love games with stories, but I'm all about games that are fun, personally.
Yeah. Fantastic.
Any other questions from the audience?
Hi.
You mentioned back you reprioritize things.
Yeah.
Your priorities on what's your top three sort of priorities?
So it's got to work, number one. It's got to feel really smooth. So everything with my menus and animations, they all have there's nothing in my game that doesn't have a lerp on it. So it's got to feel like it's loved, right? The game has to feel like it's polished, even if it's small, especially if it's small, right? And then aside from that, it's finding things that excite, right? So that's my priority, is to find something that might excite someone. So you may have seen before the other play fields. One of them is a foosball kind of thing where your flippers will spin around the foosball players in the middle while you're playing pinball. And the other one is just space debris flying through the level, and so it's changing constantly on the fly, and that's the sort of thing. And I want every play field to feel like it's delighting and fun and polished like that, but ultimately it has to work. Yeah. Thank you.
Awesome. That's all we have time for, but Bump About will be around all day. They are upstairs by the stairs. So if you didn't have a chance to get your hands on it, you will still have your chance to get your hands on it. Round of applause for Rocco, everyone.
Yeah, yeah. Cool. Hello and welcome back. Up on stage we have Later Skater and Alex.
Hello?
Yes, yeah. Make sure you got it nice
Microphones,
and close.
yes, okay.
Microphone etiquette. I'm Rani. This is Hazel.
Nice to meet you.
We're gonna have a chat. We're gonna learn how to play this game as well. I think.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
You want to
Alright.
tell us a little bit about Later Skater?
Later Skater, it is the elevator pitch is like Crash Bandicoot on rollerblades.
Yep.
It's a game about trying to play a 3D platformer as fast as you can. The gimmick is sort of like, unlike in Mario or Crash Bandicoot where you're collecting stars or crystals, you have to collect time from the levels. So the faster you get through a level, the more time you collect, and then you can use that to unlock areas and new levels. So it's all about being a little speed demon, as Hazel's showing right now.
This feels fantastic.
Thank you.
Can you tell me how long you've been working on this?
About 2 years-ish.
About 2
So,
years?
Yeah.
Is the team just you, or have you got more people with you?
It's mostly just me, but audio is I had to delegate that one.
Understandable.
Got a
Yeah. We can't all do everything.
yeah.
I'd
no.
like to point out that Hazel is playing with a controller with a microphone in her hand.
Yeah.
Oh, look, I'm a professional.
Yeah. If you can beat the part time with that, I'd be pretty impressed. Current record I think for this level is maybe like 20, 30 seconds, as from some speedrunners who've
Whoa.
already kind of found their way to my game.
Oh yeah.
Is that with glitches, shortcuts?
There was a glitch that one of them was using to get like a appallingly low time. I did have to fix that because it was a big problem. But and yeah, also there is a shortcut in the level. Oh, you got to go left. Sorry, as the tutorial's been blasted through. So it's
Can you tell me a bit about the inspiration for this?
good question. Mainly mainly inspired by Crash Bandicoot 3.
Yep.
You probably can notice that in some like the vibe of it of like time travel.
Absolutely. I grew up playing Crash Bandicoot 4 Warped on the PlayStation 1,
Yeah.
and
That was
I'm
a
feeling
PlayStation
it.
2.
I'm feeling it.
Ooh,
Wait, 4 warped or
I can't
no?
remember.
Oh no, 3 warped.
3 warped.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah,
Well, there we
yeah.
go.
Okay, yeah.
It was a long
that's,
time ago.
That's the one.
Well, I'm definitely feeling the influence. And, I mean, how far along do you feel like you're in the development here?
I'm pretty far along. Like I think I'm kind of at a state where like there's not too many outstanding bugs, not too many outstanding features. It's mainly just going to be like hammering out like a bunch of levels.
How many levels do you have at the moment?
I have 5 like in the demo that are like
Yep.
rock solid polished, and there's like 5 kind of like I can tinker them a bit. They're not as public, and
Are
there's
you-
like a bunch that are like in some spectrum of development.
Do you have a final number that you're aiming
25.
for?
That's
25.
the
25.
right amount, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah.
Nice.
Why 25?
Scratch 25. I know. Yeah.
fair enough.
That's kind of it.
I have a question. It's also a reference, and I don't know, it might be a little obscure. Did you feel like people would really understand the 8 in Later and Skater?
Yeah. I hope so. Right? Like, we all remember Avril Lavigne.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good old Avril Lavigne.
I mean, maybe some people in the audience are probably, I don't know, too young to. And she hasn't had much of a career past 2000 and
I feel like
Two.
she's
she's
making a
still
comeback.
making music.
She
and
is.
I think she's having a comeback, but
yeah.
I think that was kind of an iconic. Oh, it was just a big risk putting the 8 in Skater. Yeah.
So, I mean, obviously the gameplay, the aesthetics, very much inspired by Crash Bandicoot. The aesthetics of the character. Can you tell me a bit more about that?
Yeah, I mean, I spend a lot of time just Googling images of like 90s fashion and just try to like aim to something grungy. And I really like the idea of like keeping like, I know a lot of like 90s sort of colors were very vibrant. There was a lot of like cyan, magenta, and yellow. So I've kind of kept in this scheme, and like obviously with her, it's like, yeah, a lot of yellow, bright colors, which are like, I gave her sunglasses because eyes are hard to do. And I really like the idea of her having long flowing hair because it kind of that lets you have the hair physics, which I think is fun and like adds a lot of like
It's amazing.
polish feel to it. Yeah.
I'm definitely getting the 90s vibe. And I'm definitely feeling like old skate rinks.
Yes.
Like this is what they would look like if they weren't dark.
I'm a freak for any kind of PS1 nostalgia, but with, updated quality of life features and better engines and better gameplay, and obviously not stuck on 20-plus-year-old hardware. So I'm a huge fan of this. Are there other games that came out recently that kind of inspired you to work on this?
Like indie games, maybe. Like, I don't think so. I think there've been a few things. I mean, maybe a few, like, but less. They're not quite like this, but I think there are a few like other 3D platformer indie games that kind of like low scope. Maybe usually are sold over small teams. So I think like Cavern of Dreams, Frog Gun, Corn Kids 64.
So
Tory 3D.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
Absolutely.
bunch of those sort of like, and they're pretty cool.
I'm also getting a bit of like the, I think it's a story about my uncle, that kind of 3D platformer, I think. I think that's like, I might be confusing my games, guys.
I don't think I know that one.
It's a similar sort of 3D platformer, quick kind of game. That I kid you not, I don't think I've played in like 6 years, so.
Did seeing games like that from small teams that could actually like get it done, get it out into the world, and have people enjoy it, did that sort of spark the journey for you of making your own game?
Yeah. I mean, I was always sort of inspired to I wanted to replicate, seeing other people do like small scope stuff. You know what I mean? Like it's.
Did it make you feel like you could do it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I specifically kind of chose this concept because I'm like, this seems like something that I could bite off by myself. I'm sure we all have like heaps of game ideas, but like you have to kind of find the one that like you actually have the capability of doing. Kind of be dragging MMOs.
Yeah.
So the team is you and then somebody who does audio. Would you be hoping to or looking to expand the team at some point?
I mean, if I had unlimited money,
Yeah.
And if there's anything, I'd want to hire as a social media manager. I think that's the thing every indie dev should hire first, is because God, that's taking too much out of my bloody time.
Social media does take a ridiculous amount of time.
Yeah.
Like promoting a game might be one of the hardest parts. Like once you've got it all polished, yeah. Just like getting it out there.
Honestly, spending some days more time editing a TikTok together than I am actually making the game.
Yep. Yeah, understandable. Now, do you skate, Alex?
No, I've been harassed about this a lot. In my defense, I'm not trying to make a skating game as much as I'm making like a 3D platformer. And skating is the vibe, so I'm not like trying to replicate.
It's just a
what skating
means to an
feels like.
end.
Yeah. I was like the idea started of having like sort of the speedrun focus, getting through levels quickly, and I'm just like naturally, I'm like, what moves fast? Skaters move fast. Cool, I'll go with that. If I start skating now, I'll be too annoyed by like how poorly I've replicated the experience.
That's fair, but it would be a good social media, like a series of TikToks.
True, learning to skate. That's not a bad idea.
Yeah.
And cosplaying?
Yep. You can cosplay your own character.
Yeah, I don't know if I could pull up the short shorts, but
Hey, I don't think anybody in the 90s could either, so you might as well.
Authentic.
Yeah.
Can I ask, what has been the biggest challenge for you in making this game?
That's a fucking hard question. I guess staying motivated through it's just when you're kind of on something for like this for a long period and by yourself, it can be like, you start to go a little bit cuckoo bananas,
Yep. Trapped in the office, just
not even the
annoying
office,
on
just
things
like
by yourself.
the desk near the foot of my bed. So
Even worse.
Yeah. I'd love an office. But yeah.
You, like wake up in the middle of the night and your computer's just looming over you, like finish the game.
Yeah, that
Finish
is
it.
exactly
Yeah?
it.
Okay. Your sleep paralysis demon is actually just the game.
I haven't had that one yet. I've had plenty awful sleep paralysis, but if that ever happens, then I'll probably take a break.
Yeah. I think that would be a good indicator of a time to take a break.
Was there a feature that didn't make it into the scope that you really wished you could have done?
I mean, there's like features, I guess because I'm not done yet, there's like features I'm like, I'd like to have that in the scope if I can. Like one thing I know people brought up is like they'd like character customization of some kind. Like, I think that'd be kind of cool if you had like hats and skins maybe or something,
More
like little
90s
costume.
inspired outfits.
Yeah, I
Like
think that'd be
leg
fun.
warmers as well.
Oh.
I feel like I would go for some leg warmers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the idea of hats, but I want them to go on top of the helmet.
Yes. We have
Yeah,
to be safe.
Yeah, of course.
We
Yeah,
have to be
safety
safe.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fashion
I
seconds.
did have like a big at the start, like kind of think about with my character design, being like, do I want a helmet or not? Like,
Absolutely.
you should have a helmet,
Yes.
but like, is my character too cool for a helmet? Should I be encouraging this though?
No one is too cool for a helmet.
Yeah,
Andy
safety,
Anderson
yeah.
is one of the greatest skateboarders in the world, and he wears a helmet 100% of the time.
Yeah, safety
And
is important.
He's a legend for it.
I do see as well that the helmet is strapped on,
Mm.
correct? Good, because do you sometimes see that people leave their straps undone? There's no point in having helmet on if you're not going to have it strapped under your chin. It will just come off. So, we're keeping the safety going.
Do we have any questions from the audience?
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh,
sort of.
sorry, can I just repeat that for people listening on the stream?
I
the
might
question
run around with
was-
a microphone.
Okay. The question was, are you using a CRT filter on the screen?
Yeah, so I've got like a basic CRT filter I wrote up. There's like also some chromatic, so scan lines, chromatic aberration, and like a subtle kind of warp.
Subtle little warp.
Yeah.
Anybody else? No questions from the audience. When will you learn how to skate?
When it ships, then I'll do that.
When's that?
Hopefully by the end of this year, I think.
Cool, we
I
can mark
think.
it on our calendars. Somebody get Alex some skates for Christmas.
Yes.
That's your Santa wish list,
Okay,
right?
That's
thank
a
you,
message
yeah.
to all of Alex's
Yeah.
loved ones. Roller skates, #1 on the list. Roller skates or inline skates? What does the character
and the
wear?
helmet as well. Roller
Oh,
skates,
roller
yeah,
skates.
outline, yeah.
Cool.
Lots
Lots
of
of
lycra.
Yep.
From
Yeah.
Loria.
You
Yeah,
need
yeah.
the purple knee pads. Is he wearing elbow pads? Yes. And
Elbow
the gloves.
pads, yep.
Yeah.
Very nice. Well, where can people keep up with you and with Later Skater?
Well, you can follow me on Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, whatever, as Bussalonium. Or you can look this up and wish this on Steam. If you need like cards to follow that, then they're out on the desk, out in the underground section. So
Is there any publicly available demo for the game?
yes, you can go to Steam right now and play the same demo that is being shown out there, and hopefully it is all functional.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
it's-
if you're watching from home, get onto Steam and download this and wishlist it. Check it out.
Yeah, please wish it. Those numbers, I really need to get them up.
Yeah. Those are rookie numbers. We got to pump those numbers
Yeah,
up.
I gotta get like nowhere near the target.
And final question from me. What's your favorite thing about Later Skater?
You
Tough
don't
one.
you don't end on the easy one.
No.
I like it's hard to look at my own work objectively. My favorite thing.
What's the thing you're most proud of?
The most proud of the shaders. I think
The
I've done like a
shaders?
lot of cool shaders. If I come to one thing, there's like a dozen shaders going on in like every scene. So like this chalky outline effect. There's the little sheen on the D. If you notice when you kind of finish the level, there's like the warp. I really like how I managed to pull that off, like where the player gets sucked into the vortex.
Well, I have to agree that the shaders look incredible and you've done a wonderful job on
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, thank you.
And thank you so much, Alex. The game is Later Skater, spelled with 8s on both Later and Skater. And you can check it out outside. Where's your booth?
Yeah, it's
today?
just downstairs in the foyer. So
In the
yeah,
foyer?
come check it out.
Go and check it out. Thank
All
you
right,
so much.
Thank you.
All right, and we're back with Amplify Games. My name is Tom. I'm with Maylee.
Hi, I love the energy.
And we are joined with Lili,
Lili Piri?
Hello.
the developer of the Hare and the Wreath.
Now, if you haven't played the Hare and the Reef out there yet, it's set up on the computers at the back of the room, so you can go and have a little play now while we talk through it. But can you tell us in a few words, what is the Hare and the Reef?
It's a visual novel with puzzles in it, and it's meant to be kind of like an 80s, 90s storybook game kind of thing.
So,
Like right off the bat, it does look like it reminds me of like the classic like Memfox era books of like Wombat Stew and Possum Magic and that sort of illustrative style, which is like such a cozy and nostalgic feeling. Is that what kind of inspirations did you get?
Yeah, and there's like, do you know Masquerades from the 80s? And it's actually a really interesting picture book because the guy who made it is also a jeweler, and he made this really intricate hair that he like buried somewhere in the countryside, and the book was like a massive puzzle. So it set off this like frenzy of people trying to solve the book and
so
find
cool.
it.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like the plot of Paddington 2.
Oh, is it? I've never seen it.
No, it's just similar sort of premise to a point.
Yeah.
So, you are a visual artist.
Yes.
Not a game developer, but have you worked with any games before?
I've done like quite a few hackathons with games before, and they're really fun because you kind of have to see what you can make in a weekend. Although I'm getting a bit too old for the late nights.
So you are a game developer. I'm
like I did front end software for like 9 years, so it's kind of in the same area but different.
The same skills.
Yeah.
I've looked through, you have a lot of beautiful art and you've brought that to this game. Why did you decide to bring your visual art into a video game as the medium for it?
Well, I've always wanted to make a picture book, and I feel like this is more accessible to me than like going the publisher route, like where you might be handing over creative control, and I don't know. It's still a one-day thing, but this is good for now, I think.
I mean, there's plenty of solo developers out there. There's not as many successful like solo publishers.
Right.
So I can totally see why this is like the format you've gone with.
Yeah.
So if you're wanting to make a storybook video game, does that mean this game is just for children, or do you think that it has a wide appeal for all audiences?
Well, I found out today that some of the puzzles are a little bit hard for smaller children, so that was good to find that out today.
That's what these sort of events are for.
Yeah, like I think it has broader appeal because I would actually like the puzzles in the final version to be more difficult.
So I'm gonna, as
Tom
talks, I'm gonna play through so people can see a few of the puzzles going.
So when you say the puzzles are difficult, and so it might be harder for children, it might almost be that this level of puzzle is perfect for people who grew up with these books.
Right, yeah.
And are a little bit more cognitively developed, I guess. I don't know. So when it comes to making puzzles,
yep.
have you done many puzzle like games before? Do you have like puzzle game inspirations?
You mean have I played them or made them?
Yeah, played them.
I really like Professor Layton.
Oh yeah, I knew that was the one.
Yeah.
As I was playing through this earlier, I was like, this feels very Layton-esque.
Yeah, it's like it doesn't ask a lot of your time, and you can pick it up from pretty much anywhere, and I like that in a game.
Yeah, for sure.
I feel like I could see really any game with puzzle elements will have a age where people are too young to engage with it. But I could see that even if they went a bit younger than that, it would be really, seems like a lovely game. Almost you read your kid a story and then maybe one night you play through the game with your kid.
Yeah.
That seems how I could see it. It seems really magical.
Yeah.
Can you tell us, is it primarily based in these puzzles, or is it primarily based in the story? Because the demo is not too long, so the game in its final form, are you planning for it to be more story heavy or more puzzle heavy?
I definitely want it to have a really strong story, and I'm actually struggling with that a bit because, like, I like writing, but I wouldn't say it's my strong suit. But yeah, so the story will be a lot more fleshed out. This is just like a closed loop for Queensland Games Festival.
Yeah, so this is more of a vertical slice sort of.
Yeah,
a thing,
exactly.
yeah.
Yep.
And like, I don't know, I think that the humor is actually really quite charming and stuff. It feels like very natural and not too. It doesn't feel forced or over whimsical.
I'm a big fan of this star.
It's so
I'm
good
glad.
when you get a nice little like text wobble down the bottom for emphasis.
Nice touch.
It's always
yeah.
good. So yeah, like I mean, I can totally see the inspiration of Professor Layton in the puzzle formats and stuff.
How long have you been working on this one?
Well, I've been thinking about it for a few years, but I started actually drawing things in like November last year and starting to plan it out. And then the last few weeks, because I got accepted here, that kind of pushed me to finish this little prototype thing. Yeah.
Yeah, of course. So when you're designing this, obviously like the art is a massive aspect to it.
Yeah.
Do you have a lot of the art already planned out, or like at least staged ahead of the puzzles, and you're looking to make the puzzles fit, or vice versa?
I've got a few puzzles planned out that I haven't done for this because the like mechanism is a bit more complex, I guess. So yeah, I have like scenes that I've planned and puzzles and other things, but I think I really need to pay attention to the story before I can like make it all cohesive kind of thing.
Yeah, because like obviously you want the puzzles to feel sort of like a natural part of the story
Yeah.
rather than like an interruption.
Yeah,
Because
exactly.
if the story is like excellent, or you're just really vibing with like the feeling of it, and you just want to see how that goes, and then someone says, "Hey, quick, put these matchsticks together to make a house."
Yeah.
You're like, "Oh my gosh! All right, now I need to actually get out of my enjoy the story mode and back into my like, all right, let's critical think."
Yeah.
Through this.
Yeah, I think that's something Professor Layton does well because the storylines are never like super serious.
No,
So yeah.
it's always a bit abstract and lots of like colorful characters, and I can see that's kind of what you got going on here with like the Hare and the star and everything.
Yeah.
So.
Do you have in your mind a goal for how long this game will be when it's done, like to play through it?
I think it probably might be like an hour or two, so maybe it'll be longer. I'm not really sure.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Almost more like you're sitting down for a storybook experience.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that as a concept. I think we should get more. I'm sorry. I was enjoying engaging with the puzzles, and then we come in here today and we're talking about it from the storybook perspective, and I'm just feel like I want to sit down with a kid. I don't have any kids. Sit down with a kid and play this cute game with them, and we need more like this. What do you think the age range? I know you're still working out some of the levels of the puzzles, and that gets hard when you're going for the younger demographics.
Yeah.
What is the age range you're going for?
I mean, if I had to guess, probably like 10 and up. Like, not just for kids, but also like, not super easy.
Yeah, don't make it too easy. Now, I want to go back because my favorite part of this game was looking at all the beautiful art. And like I said earlier, you are a visual artist. Can you tell me more about your... I guess we've had Professor Layton and the one about Stu, but that was from him. What books or other sources developed this style that we see in the game? Sorry, and can you answer that really in-depth question super quickly now that I put you on the spot?
Okay. Well, it's not just books. It's also like I really like the Labyrinth because like when you watch that movie, it's like they're basically playing a role-playing game kind of with puzzles, which is really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a lot of stuff from the 80s and 90s. Like now that you're asking me, I'm struggling to think which one.
No, that's
It's
totally
totally
fair.
different for us to ask you that right on the spot. And it'll be the sort of thing where you go home and you're like, oh,
Yeah,
that's what
yeah.
it was.
Well, I guess I won't put you on the spot for that question, but I realized I haven't mentioned that this game is all hand painted.
Oh yeah,
right?
yeah, it is. Yeah.
So that is got to be a real
A laborious task.
laborious task.
So
Yes.
how do you go with digitizing that into the game?
I have a scanner, and I think the program is View Scan, because if you just get a scanner off the shelf and scan it, it like blasts out all the colors and all the nice depth. So you need to get like software to stop it from doing that. But then any scanner will do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you can see, like as we're playing it, you can see like the brush strokes and like
It's
all
absolutely
the
gorgeous.
textures from the medium. What do you like to paint with?
This one is all oils, and I've used like everything in the past, but I'm really enjoying oils at the moment because the blending is just really good. Yeah.
And I think it's like really important to get those like really crisp scans in there, because like that's what gives a lot of this its personality, is seeing the texture of the brush strokes and everything like that.
Yeah. I've used 2 different surfaces, so most of the background things are painted on like paper that has a weave, and then the characters and assets are on wood, which doesn't really have much grain. Like I think that one there you might be able to see a little bit of the grain though.
Yeah, absolutely. And I quite like this puzzle actually, because at first I saw it and I was like, oh, I don't know what a pansy is. I think I remember.
Yeah.
But I think if you're really using your noggin, you can actually work out the answer without knowing what a pansy is.
I think if you knew what a pansy is, which I didn't, I couldn't specifically identify it, it would make the puzzle less puzzling. So I liked.
Yeah, there's a logic aspect to it, which I really appreciate. And like there's a little subtle reward for people who know things. And that's like the essence of a good puzzle, I think.
Yeah.
Um,
I think there's also like, which I didn't think about, but sometimes people don't know what a white flower is because they assume it's all white, but sometimes it just means it's mostly white. Like, so I don't know if I should fix the wording on that.
no,
I think that's part of the puzzling process. I think
Yeah.
yeah,
you
it's
got to narrow it down.
process of elimination. Working it all out. Okay.
One last question, or I have one last. Tom might have more. What has been your favorite part of putting this game together? Because it's something you wanted to do for a long time. It's beautiful, but what's the part of the process that you've taken the most joy of?
I really like creating worlds, so probably that. Yeah.
Designing the characters and the way they work together, or designing the world itself?
I think like the sets.
Yes.
I don't know if that's the right word, but set building, and also I really like painting characters as well.
I can see that, and I love the curtains that come through every puzzle. So yeah, such a nice.
I wanted it to feel like a paper theater that you cut out. So that's why
paper theater.
So that's why when the rabbit bounces in, she's kind of going like the way you would move one with your hand, but then the star is doing weird stuff. So I don't know.
Yeah, nice. So we've seen the Hare, and but the Wreath, is
So-
that a character or is that a goal, an object?
So, so in the actual game, my idea at the moment is that you're collecting flowers throughout different seasons, and then at the end, like as you're going along, you're building it into a wreath, and then at the end it comes together. But I'm not sure how it's coming together yet, like what the significance is in the story.
Yeah.
But that makes sense.
Yeah.
Wreath. I was
So-
curious about that too.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's the goal. Should we open up to the audience?
Yes. Does anyone have any questions about the Hare and the Wreath? No.
Yes.
Over there.
That is, will there be any deep themes in the story?
I think that's one of the like questions about the story that I'm struggling with, because I don't know if I should take it deep or not, or keep it lighthearted. Like I don't know what is better.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
it is
thank
always
you.
quite more satisfying when you get like when you can kind of feel that through line. That's the deep message behind it as well. But being able to take it as like a lighthearted experience is also super valuable.
Yeah.
Best of both worlds.
Okay.
Because you can't have a game this lovely feeling like a super downer because you're like worried about global warming or like adult depression and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So
Yeah, there won't be global warming.
no, I wanna see this Hare having a good time, but having a little bit more of a think now
Yeah.
and then,
Okay.
flexing those emotional muscles as well as your logic muscles.
I think the hair's perfect. Leave him alone. He doesn't need to think. Any other questions out there? I had one, and I was like, we're asking questions. I'm going to save it last. I have lost it. Tom,
Yes,
do you have a question so I can remember my question?
absolutely, I do.
It was important.
So we have the Hare and the Wreath here. Do you have any other concepts that like obviously this is going to take up a large part of your creative output. Do you have any other projects in the works or anything else that you're like, this is good, but I have a couple of other ideas that is not right for this one? Like I've got something else.
Do you mean in terms of games or just anything?
In terms of games or in terms of media in general?
I have been kind of pitching this to physical galleries because I'm making actual works at the same time. It seems like something you could have in a gallery and also have the game there and other interactive bits and pieces. So that's kind of a next year thing that's on the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And this totally feels like something that I could have played as a kid in like my school library growing up sort of thing as well, where it's like everyone has to do that. And like I can see this being very engaging as well.
Yeah.
Like that seems like a perfect scenario for this.
Yeah. There's been a few parents actually playing this with their kids, which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did remember my question. It was, what flavor was that cake? That cake looked like the most delicious cake I've seen in my life.
I think it would have to be vanilla.
I guess that makes sense. There's no flavoring in
Yeah.
it.
But with like vanilla bean, like
yes.
the good stuff.
Yes.
Sometimes simple's best.
Yeah. Yeah.
You want like the vanilla to go well with like a nice cup of tea, and that's
Yeah.
what this game feels like. It's enjoy with a nice cozy cup of tea and a warm blanket, and yeah.
Well, if anyone has any other questions or wants to try out the game for themselves, you will be out in that foyer, just outside those doors for the rest of the day. Go check it out. Go play it. And thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks,
Thank
Lili.
you for having me and thanks for coming.
Alright, cool.
Thank you.
And before we go,
before.
where can we follow the development of this?
I'm on Blue Sky, so Lili Piri. That's probably the best place. But if you sign up to my newsletter, you won't just get this stuff. You'll get like my other art projects. So just be warned. That's
So Lili Piri at Blue Sky.
Lili Piri.
Lili Piri,
Lili
.com on Blue Sky.
Yeah. Thank you. We'll see you there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers.
I've also played with a what do you call it? A professional poker player, and we had one-on-one. So it was just the two of us, and he tried to beat me that way. So I had to switch gears and then play very competitively, and then that was a lot of fun.
That sounds scary.
Yeah.
That sounds
Yeah.
really scary.
Yeah, that's yeah. You're not going to find a harsher critic than someone.
Yeah, so he absolutely loved it.
Yeah. Did you beat him though?
Absolutely.
Yeah, nice.
I'm the creator.
So you can say, you don't even need to say that you beat a professional poker player at this. You can just say, I just won against a professional poker player, completely demolished him.
Sure, why not?
Yeah, why not? Is it your turn or my turn?
I forget.
I finished my
You
go.
just had your turn?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
I'll
this
pick
is
up the
tricky.
card.
I feel like this whole time I've been on like the edge of victory. And it might be my time.
Uh-oh.
That's looking good. That's looking real good.
So I have a question.
Uh-huh.
My hand.
Yes.
I've got a few sets in here.
Mm-hmm.
How many sets?
I've got 3 sets.
Mm-hmm.
3 sets of 3
Mhm.
and 1 cup of tea. Is
Yep.
that enough tea? Do I need more tea? I
Yeah,
don't have a
You need a pair of tea.
Okay.
You can't have Yum Cha without tea.
There's a little bit of tea.
Just a little
Yeah,
little sip.
that's fair. Okay. And they need to so
Mm-hmm.
I have 10 cards in my hand,
Yep.
but I'll need 11.
That's right.
So if I pick this one
So
up.
you draw this one. That makes
Yes.
11.
And what do I do if I've then won?
If you then want, you get out Yum Cha.
Yum Cha!
Yum Cha.
Yum Cha.
And then we make sure you actually have that.
Yeah, I could just be hiding. So that is the tea I wanted.
Uh-huh. I'll make some space.
Thanks for whoever put that down. Was that you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it was-
thanks. And then
Yep.
it will be
3 special
really embarrassing if I've gotten this wrong.
Cool. 3 different desserts.
All sound delicious.
done.
And you've got
Custard bun, lava bun, pineapple bun.
Well done.
oh my gosh.
That's how you do it.
Well done. All right. So we'd calculate your points.
Yes, my points.
First of all, you have a takeaway in
Yep,
your hand.
I have a takeaway in my hand. So
Smart.
I've got
Always
a
be
set
prepared.
of dessert. Exactly.
I have a takeaway in my hand as well. I also have a set of dessert.
That is the best takeaway to have.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
sometimes
It's
I
always the
can't
best
finish
choice.
dessert at the table. I want to have it home with me. I had the special dragon well tea. I had both of those as well. That would have tripled my score. I was 1 turn away. Well, next time we're gonna have to get a copy, and I will demand a rematch
Yeah.
for sure.
Yeah. I'm happy to beat you anytime you want.
So, where can people follow?
Yep. So
y'all as developers.
So our company is called Quokka Games. We're named Quokka Games because small box. We're all about this fun, small size, and also about bringing people's, giving people a smile, because Quokka, the selfies with a smile.
Yes.
And yeah.
And you've got the game here for sale, right?
Yep.
It's
I have a few
upstairs?
copies on me.
Can I ask how much people can pick it up for?
So normally it goes for $28 RRP, but if you pick it up from me, I'm going to give you a discount.
Oh.
Hey, it's all worth it. And we
Well-
can find you upstairs over by the board games.
Yep. With
Yeah,
the other
that's
people. Yeah.
Up the stairs to the left, out in the beautiful sunlight.
Mm-hmm.
Give it a try. Pick it up.
Do we
Check
have
it out.
any questions from the audience before we move on? I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. You saw exactly how it all went down here. So thank you so much, Jono.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for coming down. Thanks for thanks for not letting me win. I wasn't.
You had to
I
earn
earned
that.
it. Yeah.
But, all right.
All right. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents in danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit ecosystems, lush jungles and cyberpunk civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete in a coveted achievements track. absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete with a coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents into danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, lush jungles and subaquatic civilizations. Play with up to 3 of your friends in local multiplayer and compete for the coveted cheese crown.
My name is Hazel. I'm here with,
I'm Paul. I'm Will.
And I'm Matt.
and we are playing Rodent Rollers, Matt and Will's game. So can you tell me, what do you both do? Like, what's your roles in developing Rodent Rollers?
So I'm a programmer on Rodent Rollers. And what about you?
Yeah, I'm also one of the programmers. We have 2 artists as well that sort of do all the heavy lifting visual-wise. They do that side. We're the gameplay people. Oh, is it too far from the mouth?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yeah.
I also very hilarious. He was like, I just beat you so easily. I've been looking at the wrong character the entire time.
Yeah,
I'm staring on the
Nice! We're working on
Classic
player
script
signaling
flip.
right now.
Well, tell me, what is Rodent Rollers? What's our, elevator pitch?
So, Rodent Rollers was inspired by the Global Game Jam prompt of Bubble, as well as Zorbing in New Zealand and Super Monkey Ball.
Amazing, amazing.
It's a chaotic party racing game where you're tumbling through these wacky tracks to the finish line.
Have you been Zorbing before?
No.
I have. Yeah, once.
What was it
That was a
like?
real deep dive in that one, wasn't it?
Well, I was like, it's technically not Zorby because it's like you do it on the water, yeah. But it was you're in a ball.
You're in a ball.
You're in a ball.
You heard it here first, folks.
Yeah. A lot of fun. If you guys haven't been in a ball yet, try it out.
How big is the team on Rodent Rollers?
There's 4 of us.
4?
Yeah.
And how long have you been working on the game?
We worked on it for 2 days for the Global Game Jam, and then recently we've come back to it and we've spent about 2 weeks on it.
So like,
Stays
yeah,
now.
2.5 weeks.
I think the improvement from what you submitted footage-wise to what came in the build, we have a lot more character in the world. I mean, with just not that much change, just that you've put an extra 2 weeks into it.
Yeah.
A lot less sleep.
So at this point, it's continuing to be full commercial game release.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're sort of just like figuring that out now, like polling sort of the people here and seeing if they think it's an idea that like they would like to play.
I mean, racing is popular.
It is popular.
It gets there well. At the moment, we'll still just consider this 2 weeks and 2 days early in the project.
Yeah.
Where is your ideas taking you? What else would be in Rodent Rollers?
Well, Matt's the ideas.
You're the idea man.
Yeah, he's the ideas.
I would love to add items like you see in like Golf with Friends, if anybody's played that. Like being able to turn one of the opponents into a cone, which is the worst thing that could happen in Golf with Friends. I would love to see that. Or like a big old fart that launches you up in the air and knocks everybody around.
I got to say, the idea of different polygonal things you could be in there would actually really separate it from it. Oh, no, you got cube.
Get turned into a D20?
Yeah, yeah.
Just riding rough for the whole way?
And that could be the handicap. If the further you are ahead, the less sides you get.
Your LOD is changing.
That's so good. I love that.
LOD races.
Is this the first time you've actually had like people from the public playing the game?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, this is our first. First public-facing demo. Yeah.
What's
Very
the
fresh.
response you gotten so far today?
Well, we ran out of cheese crowns. We made
Ran
like
out of cheese
we made
crowns?
like 100 cheese crowns, and people have been wearing those. So I think it must be good enough that people are happy to represent.
You got to pump those numbers up.
Yeah.
We need more cheese crowns.
I mean, have you liked the reaction that you've gotten today? Have you learned much?
Oh yeah. Like, there's a lot of things we can improve, but overall, people seem to love like the core concept of like just racing with your mates. Some people love just finding the perfect track line, so there's a bit of that in it for them.
I find the hardest thing remembering which screen I'm on again. I just...
And you're
I
going
did it
backwards
again.
right now. You're about to yeet yourself into death.
Well, that's part of the fun, isn't it?
Yeah. There's a lot of stuff we could do polish-wise, player signaling-wise.
Well, I mean,
tons of notes.
2 weeks and 2 days. I mean, if you're not done yet, really, what are you even trying?
True. We're just straight. We're amateurs, to be honest.
I am a racing game fanatic, and to be honest, I just picked it up, and the controls made sense immediately because it's just the analog stick. It just works. I understood everything straight away, and I really, really like the physics in it.
Great to hear.
I play a lot of racing games, and this feels great.
Awesome. Yeah. Matt's been working really hard to like nail down the movement and make it feel nice and flowy. So
thanks for saying that.
that's good feedback. We'll take that.
Keep at it.
So tell us about rats.
Yeah, tell us about rats.
Or other rodents. Is it just rats? Do we
At
have
the
other?
moment, it's just rats.
Yeah, for
but
now.
What do you want to know?
Why
Capybaras?
rats? Why rats for rodent rollers?
Well, we thought it'd be really cute to have like just a bunch of cute critters, sort of like how Super Monkey Ball did it, where they got monkeys in there, but we decided to put rats in ours. The original intent was that we'd have different characters, but we ran out of time. So
There's a lot of different kinds of rodents. So you're thinking in the
Exactly.
future you got character selection.
Yeah.
Be maybe a shrew, a capybara.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Capybara would be a good one. People love the capybara.
You could be huge. That could be a power up. You turn into a
Yeah,
capybara
yeah,
and be
we-
enormous and just destroy everyone.
Yeah, we want to do the big ball power up and just like flatten other balls as you roll on by. That'd be so good.
How much have you been playing of this together in your spare time?
It's the first time we've actually versed each other.
Yeah.
Really?
Today.
Today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I guess we're like all co-located, so like it's hard to like get together and actually play test local co-op.
Mm-hmm.
It would have been easier to do online multiplayer, as like to do that kind of testing, but this has been the first time we've been able to verse each other, and I definitely say I'm faster than Matt when it comes to the rodent rolling.
Is online multiplayer in the scope right now? I mean, I know you've been working on this for 2.5 weeks, but
Maybe. Well, I mean, people are liking it. Could be something to explore.
You were so
Could
young
be,
at the beginning
could
of this
be.
process.
I'm actually 12 years old.
What has this process taken away from you actually in the last 2 weeks? Has it been really stressful getting a game ready for demo?
Well, we didn't think we'd get in, to be honest. When we applied, like, we liked the concept, and we thought it'd be like a great game for an event like this, where people can huddle around and verse each other. Super simple to pick up. Because we've done other events where we've had more complicated games, and I feel like they don't resonate with people as much because there's a lot of like tutorializing and figuring out what's going on, whereas this is very pick up and play. But yeah,
I like that
the
the selection process was what forced you into development.
yeah, exactly.
It's like, oh, we didn't really want to get. 2 weeks later.
Did you have to pause any other projects to work on this?
Nah, we did Zed Games night at Netherworld recently as well with a different game, but as soon as that was over, we raced into this.
Nice.
In our ball.
Yeah, we sort of got a few projects that we're like flexing between right now. There's like this co-op racing game. There's a first-person horror game in space. Ooh. And what was the other one?
Rat Space.
That was what the Tide brought in, but
Yeah.
we finished that one.
Yeah.
Oh,
That's
What
the
are
other
we
one.
working on? It was done.
Oh,
yeah.
At this stage in like our
worry about
studio,
it.
we're still pretty fresh.
We put a whole 3 weeks into that one, and it really took its toll.
Yeah.
It's our longest game yet. 3 weeks of
Which I actually
development.
did.
Reiterate. That's the way. Is there anyone in the audience that has anything they'd like to ask about our rapid development duo up here?
Ratspid development.
Ratspid.
I'm really sorry for that one, actually.
Oh, come on, Tom. Just yell it, and I'll repeat it.
What was the engine you used?
What?
Why did you choose it?
What engine and why?
We used Unity Engine because that's what we did at uni. We actually met at uni, all of us. We got 4 of us. So it's what we're most familiar with, and it allows us to really, really quickly make games.
Yeah, clearly.
Would you say just on Unity that in the learning environment in university it's still primary, or is there more of a mix
Definitely.
now?
Yeah, like we had one course where they encouraged us to use Unreal as well, or a different engine. But 90% of it was in Unity. So it's just one of those things where, like, why would you switch when it does most of what you can do and you've learned how to use it? So
Well, yes.
They
A
should
lot
really
of
be-
people have put a lot of work into learning that engine.
Yeah. They
So
should
it's
be paying the uni a lot of money
Yeah,
for
yeah.
all the people that are coming out learning how to use it.
It is a super powerful tool, though. Like Unity in general, just super user friendly. So if you're looking to get into game dev, it's a perfect starter thing to do.
And it's certainly got the most tutorials for amateurs out there and everything.
Yeah.
Godot's coming up, but not there yet.
Yeah. I haven't tried that one, but yeah, it would be. Oh yeah. What the?
Oh, you just saw our little rat.
That's incredible.
This one was actually bought from 1 or 2 Games Fests ago from the Curses and Covens team. They were selling these, and his name, I'm not sure if this is a coincidence or not, but this guy is mine, and his name is Radicus. Was that a coincidence that the default character name in there was Radicus?
That
think
is
we're just really original.
Yeah.
You're like,
clearly I
what
am
names
too.
can rat be in?
And now just a little Easter egg for the crowd.
Rachel. Ooh.
That's all.
That's great.
Just thought you should know.
That's pretty epic.
What's the future for Rodent Rollers? Another 1 week of development and then it's out.
Sequel in a month.
We're going to take a little break over the weekend, I reckon, and then come back to it, try to fix all the problems, all the ways that we've seen people play this game that we never would have thought of, and all the bugs that's shown up.
What is the most surprising thing you've seen? Going to
You just went through a mesh just then.
Yeah, well, that's normal.
Stuff like that.
I'm going somewhere crazy.
Yeah, people love just like exploring it, like checking out sort of, I guess, like going off the beaten track, which is something we didn't really anticipate. So a lot of like, I guess like when you go off the track, there's like sort of places in the environment where you can just get stuck.
It was actually the very first thing I said when we just loaded up around just before we started with Hazel, where I immediately went off the track and I assumed it would be a reset. I'm like, oh, you can go off the track in this game.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Just keep going.
Just keep going.
Have
Keep
fun.
rolling.
Yeah, it's all about rolling. Roll out.
Yeah, we'd love to try and make a few new levels as well. A few different designs we've got. I feel like the terrain levels are some of the best ones that we've made there.
Who is doing most of the level design and the environment art here?
Well, Jackson upstairs, he does most of the environmental art. And he also does quite a lot of the level design too. Like that level you're playing here, that's one of his levels.
Can you tell him great work?
Yeah, of course.
Because that looks awesome. Especially for 2 weeks.
Yeah, he's fantastic. Honestly, we're really blessed to have some really, really great artists that work on the project. So, I can just make it move, and then they make it look like an actual game.
Yeah, they're absolute weapons. Yeah.
Have you found yourself doing a lot of like tweaking of the geometry of the levels, being like, oh, that one doesn't quite work,
I don't
guys.
want to talk about
that. No, just works right out of the box.
No, it did not. It did not work straight out of the box.
There's a crazy thing with Unity. So, just a thing with physics engines in general. There's a thing called ghost collisions that can happen when you've got two colliders pressed up against them, because essentially the way the physics is working is it's constantly trying to push you out of it and find like the shortest way to push you out of it. So, needless to say, occasionally the shortest distance will be backwards or bump you up, and you might have seen that in the game occasionally. And there is a solution in Unity, but it's Unity Pro, which is $185 a month, and we didn't want to pay that.
Yep.
So trying to work around that has been a nightmare for me. And tweaking the physics settings, and I think I'm gonna have to go back in and just make a custom one or something like that.
Yeah. I actually just thought of something. Have you guys ever encountered Parsec, the platform for playing local multiplayer games over the internet? It's very low latency.
I have not.
I will tell you more about it after this.
Yeah, awesome.
Okay. I mean, can people play Rodent Rollers anywhere other than this event?
On our itch.
On your
it's
itch?
currently still the Game Jam version, but that should be updated very, very soon. So if you go on our itch, give us a follow. It'll give you a notification when it comes out.
What's the address on itch?
Yeah.
Mobster Lobster Games.
Mobster
Games. Very nice. Do we have any more questions from the audience? Oh, we got one over here. The question was, is this your full-time job, or is this just like a hobby thing?
Who is your daddy and what does he do?
Yes.
Two of us do work in the industry full-time, and then the other two are pretty much working on this full-time, and then the two who do work in the industry full-time sort of, do this in their after hours sort of.
Bit of both.
Yeah, bit of both.
There's an incentive from the government. It's self-employment assistance. So if you're starting a business, you can essentially get like a wage, sort of like JobKeeper, but instead of trying to find a job, you're trying to start a business. So for the next 7 months or so, we've got a wage coming in from that until we can try and find our feet into business. Yeah.
That actually segues fantastically into my next question, which is, if somebody in the crowd watching this or at home watching this is hearing you say, you made this awesome little thing in 2 weeks, I want to do that. What's your advice? Where would you start? what would you point them to?
YouTube, to be honest.
YouTube?
Plenty of sort of easy to follow tutorials. Like I think I started on like a brackies tutorial of making a endless runner. So it's you just find free to access resources online, and they'll teach you the basics, and you just go from there.
There's a book called, I think it's called Game Design Workshop by Tracy Fullerton.
Oh yeah, it's a good one.
And we got that one in uni in our first year, and I've referred back to that like constantly. I think it's a really, really good book. So that's a good place to start as well.
Well, whereabouts are you guys in the powerhouse today?
Just up by the entryway. Pretty
Just
much
up by
as soon
the
as you come
entrance?
in, turn right, you'll see, our stall.
See
Look
the
for the cheese
cheese hat.
crowns.
Yeah.
The cheese crowns. Look out for them.
There's still a couple left, so get them while they're hot.
All right, well, go check out the game up there. Check out Mobster Lobster Games on itch.io.
Yep.
And thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
All right. We're going to go to a break, and then we will be back later on with Aqueducks.
Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents to danger. Race through vibrant neon-lit eco-cities, and local multiplayer, and compete for the coveted cheese crown. Rodent Rollers is a chaotic party racing game where players frantically tumble to the finish line. Avoid absurd obstacles and shove your opponents to danger. Race through vibrant
building with your deck, so you're using the cards, interlocking the cards to build 3D Roman city, except all of the Romans are ducks.
Dun dun dun. That was awfully dramatic. So it's a 3D deck builder.
Yep.
Let's ignore the demonstration that's already here. But what do you mean by a 3D deck builder?
Well, essentially, you get to physically build out a house of cards where you place your cards into your city, and based off where you place them, you'll get different rewards. And so that's where there's a bit of a 3D element, puzzle element that comes into it, because you're trying to think about the best place to place your buildings so you can get the most coins, which you get to turn into points to win the game.
So I think let's just run through what a typical round of Aqueducts would look like, just to sort of build a little bit of a foundation.
Yeah, give us the basics.
Yeah. So the foundation of Aqueducts is building. So you do 5 build actions each era, and that simply is choosing 2 cards from your hand that you have enough resources in your city already to be able to afford.
Yep.
You join them together, you place them in your city within an imaginary 5x3 grid.
Okay. Simple enough there, sort of thing. So how do you get resources?
So everyone starts with a unique starting district, and you're already starting with 4 resources. And so the buildings in your hand, some of them don't cost any resources, some of them have resource costs, some of them must be placed adjacent to water. They need to be connected to water to be able
That
to
would
be
be
played.
the aqua part of that.
That's correct.
Yep. Right.
And the ducks are the duck part.
Right. Yeah. Got it.
So what is the inspiration for Aqueducts? What prompted you two to go, yeah, let's do...
Yeah,
not
why Rome,
only
why ducks?
Yeah, why ducks? And also, why Aqueducts? Like, what drew you to this remarkable feature of water engineering?
Well, I think, firstly, we had kind of the idea for the game. We wanted to make like a House of Cards board game, because building a House of Cards is kind of fun, but there's not really a game to it. You kind of just place cards.
No,
yeah, so
constantly restarting.
So we had the idea of like, oh, wouldn't it be really cool if you kind of had a House of Cards where the cards that you place are physically affecting your House of Cards.
Yep.
And so that's where the game was born. And for ages we were kind of struggling on how we would theme this game, because we weren't, like, oh, it could be anything. You're building a house, maybe you're building like a spaceship, or is it like a city or something? And because we love puns and we're kind of just 2 silly guys, at one point we just had the Aqueducts pun pop into our head, and I just pictured this duck in a toga. So I went home and I drew up a little Roman duck, and I went to Reid and I said, Aqueducts? And I think that was kind of like sold from that spot. Yeah.
Just a little bit of a closer look of the art style. Just very fun. It kind of gives me a little bit of a Where's Wally vibe.
Yeah, it's a very super distinct, super hand-drawn vibe-esque thing to it.
Yeah. So, wait, who came up with... Did either of you in particular come up with the pun, or was it just sort of like... It just popped into both of your heads at the same time, like some sort of bananas in pajamas kind of situation?
Yeah.
Yes, it was like our salad moment this morning. We were both tasked with writing a word, 3 words on 3 different pieces of paper. We both wrote the word salad with no context.
Yeah, so I think we did absolutely have like a B1, B2 moment with the Aqueducts. So like, it just made sense to both of us.
I've been sort of wondering, because it's not a typical card game. The cards do actually have to have cuts cut into it in order for the pieces to slot together. Has there been any particular challenges with actually making that work manufacturing-wise?
I think when we've been trying to develop the prototype within Brisbane and the printers in Australia to make our prototypes, they have struggled to meet that requirement. We're like, hey, can you do this? And they're like, oh, we can try. And then we pay a lot of extra money, and we didn't really have much success. So most of our prototyping has been us cutting every single card over many, many prototypes. But the printer we're working with at the moment is able to do it quite seamlessly.
Oh, that's good because you two have recently, not very recently, but have managed to hit your Kickstarter goal. So
Yes, that's right.
printing's going to be starting soon.
Yeah, it's really exciting. So we hit that goal at the end of May, and that's been fantastic. So we're just in the process of really just ironing out all the kinks in the production and just trying to explain to the printer exactly what we need for a quite zany little game. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very unique mechanic. I don't think I've seen it in any other one sort of idea. So hopefully it goes well and the printer can get it done and I don't have to sit there and cut out how many cards?
Good. I can't
140 or something, I think.
Yes.
140.
Well, maybe only 120 of them have cuts. I think there's something like that.
I think there's 196 with
Okay,
the
no,
protection cards and everything.
Well, anyway. Who's counting?
That is a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite one and does it have a pun on it?
Oh, good question. My favorite card is the Hippodrome.
Hippodrome.
Where there's a Roman duck commanding a chariot.
Yep.
Within
What are the
a
chances?
coliseum.
Uh-huh.
That's my favorite card. I think the artwork is just
Might not
phenomenal.
have it on us, unfortunately.
Not here at the moment.
Not here. It's up with the rest of the game.
It's elusive. It's limited
Yeah.
edition. It's one of a kind.
It is.
Now, I did notice and asked you about this on Zed Games, but I did notice that there were some concept art for other ancient cultures. Are we going to be seeing ancient Egypt as the expansion? Maybe like Mesopotamia kind of like thing, or what do you think is the future for Aqueducts?
So Aqueducts already has a future. There's a Hellenic expansion that includes both Egypt and Greece. So they have their own duck archetypes, and they have their unique. So the Egyptians, some of the Egyptians have like alligator head dressings on. There's like cat statues. You're able to see the pyramids and the Sphinx and sarcophagi and tombs and all these unique buildings that are part of the Egyptian expansion. And equally with the Greeks, they have their unique buildings, artworks, and duck archetypes as well.
I kind of want to just get a feel for the room. Who was an ancient Egypt kid growing up? Yep. Who was the ancient Rome? Ancient Rome kid.
Yeah.
Ancient Greece. There we go. There
Nice.
we go.
We covered everyone.
Yeah. This is the game for you.
Get on this. Get onto the Aqueducts.
But where's the barbarian hordes of ducks?
I think you're going to have to take care of that yourself, Peter.
Yeah, okay. Just push it all over.
Are there any particular features that you're like really proud of? Any sort of challenges that you had to like problem solve that you're kind of like, that was a pretty good solution, or you're just happy to come up with a solution for?
I think the best thing that solution that we kind of came up with was there's a point in playtesting where we really felt like there wasn't a lot of player interaction. Everyone would just kind of sit there and would silently build their little city, which was very fun, but it's like, why are there 3 other people at the table? But so we kind of came up with this donation boards idea, which Reid put a lot of effort into kind of ironing out, and that kind of made the game really come to life with this donation. So throughout the game, you're gaining coins from the cards you're playing, but you need to donate those coins to the Pontifex, so you gain his favor. Yes, of course. So whoever, obviously the person who can garner the most favor is the person who can donate the most amount of coins, just as a subtle kind of bribe.
That's usually how it works.
Yeah, and but there's a bit of interaction that happens there where the person who has the most faith in their city gets to donate first, which is a better spot to donate in. But if you've got a big army, you can kind of just push that person out of their spot and kind of claim the glory for yourself. And so there's kind of that interaction that comes in, and it's not too hostile or anything, because we didn't want this game to be about that, but we still wanted
you
that.
didn't want it being a Monopoly fist fight.
No, yeah, we like to like keep relationships intact. Yeah.
Family values.
Yeah. This game is about family values, and so we, but there's still a bit of that. So you're still kind of aware of what other people are doing, and you're like, oh, right, it's like maybe I should have built a few more military cards or a few more faith cards. And if you want, you can just sit out of the entire mechanic, because we also have like luxury icons, and they just kind of act as a point multiplier. So if you're like, well, you guys can go fight over the high scoring spots, but I'm just getting a bunch of extra points you on anyway because of the cards that I'm playing. So yeah.
Did you have to do a lot of research for this game? Or did you sort of already know
Yeah, it seems
most
like
of
you've
this?
done, you know a fair bit about individual histories here. Did you know this before you started the game? Or who's sat there on wikis and history blogs?
What came
and-
first, the knowledge or the game?
I feel like a bit of both. I think the game definitely come first, and there was a moderate amount of knowledge, especially like around the water engineering and aqueducts. We were like, we've got that unlocked. That's a core like component of our game, is connecting water throughout your city. However, we have like 196 cards in the game. There's 111 unique buildings, and they are all a like ancient Roman technology
Or Greek or
building.
Egyptian.
Or Greek or Egyptian. And they were all like thoroughly researched, and also Jack has brought them to life with hand-drawn artwork, renditions of these ancient technologies and buildings.
Creative interpretation of how a duck might interact with the world around him were he Roman.
You mean you didn't just like watch duck documentaries and you're like,
Yeah, I what I'd do is I'd have duck documentary on one screen and Roman Empire documentary on the other screen, and I just kind of look at it cross-eyed.
And that's how the game came in.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
So when you've been showing this game at quite a lot of events over the past couple of months, you sort of have been on a bit of a tour. Has there been like, I guess, have you had any really, really interesting interactions from people
Yeah,
playing
any
with the
playtest
game?
moments where something was completely broken or
Or
hilarious?
somebody just like found like a weird little loophole and you're like, oh, technically that's allowed. Technically that's in the rules, but it shouldn't be.
And then which one of you exploited it first with the other one?
I'm definitely the exploiter, but then also the adjuster immediately post game. I'm like, that was.
I can't let that happen to me again.
Someone found. So we have a reservoir, as the ancient Romans had. They had reservoirs, but they can only be placed on the second story of your city. So in aqueducts, you can build up to the third story, but tier 2 buildings, they can only be built on the second and third story. So the reservoir was a fantastic building. So buildings that must be placed adjacent to water. If you have a reservoir in your city, you can place any card that must be placed next to water absolutely anywhere in your city. And they are the best cards and buildings in the game. However, there was also the taxation office, which
Gotta love that taxation office.
you gained coins for each card that was supplied with water, and because the reservoir supplies every card with water, if you had both of those cards, you were in for a lot of like a really good taxation round.
That sounds nice. Can I have some of that in real life?
I mean, ideally,
I guess.
not anymore.
Do we have any questions from the audience? Yeah. Are the sarcophagi duck shape?
The sarcophagi are very much human-shaped. So
I'm
there's
scared
there's a bit of
implications though.
Yeah, well, I think the world of Aqueducts operates off Cars logics. If you've seen the movie Cars, where they are just cars in a very human-looking world, and you look at half the buildings, and you're like, how do they even go inside that? So, yes, but just don't think about it too much.
But the Sphinx has a bill.
Yes, that's true.
Is this? Oh wait, now I'm trying to picture what
It's kind of a human face with a duck bill
And the
and then the headdress.
But a
Yeah, look, it's yes. It's the art is just about what felt right in the moment.
When it came to developing the art style, did you sort of like hone in on it pretty quickly, or did it take a few tries to look the way that you felt like it needed to look?
Yeah, I spent maybe a week or two kind of working on the concept art, where I the first few ducks I drew, I was like, okay, like where I put the toga on, I put the little Roman hat on, I gave a guy a sword, and I was like, yeah, okay, this is like, I was really happy with that, and Reid was too. And so from there, it was about trying to just like hone in on the colors, like kind of getting that consistent, and then just the hand drawn nature of it, trying to get that looking right, because it is drawn digitally by hand. So kind of getting that kind of stuff balanced, and then really figuring out like, okay, these ducks, do they hold things in their hands or do they hold things in their beak? And so for a while they were holding things in their beak.
Question of the age.
Yeah, but I decided they should hold them in their wings instead. But there's still a few ducks holding things in their beak, of course. And there was a bit of back and forth about whether these ducks should have feet or not, which they don't have feet currently.
I'm sorry.
They're just the little things that you might not think about.
There for a moment, I was picturing like human feet, and I was kind of like.
Yeah, I mean that'd be a very different game. But yeah, there was a lot of like these little things of trying to like the kind of the rules you set for yourself as like every time you draw a new duck, like what do you change, what do you kind of keep the same, which evolved as because I was kind of drawing the cards and then kind of improving as I was going. So I then had to go back to the start cards. But like I've decided to do things differently now, and there's a lot of back and forth. But I think that the basic themes were locked in pretty quickly.
Any other questions from the audience? Yeah. About the materials, are you going with plastic instead of cardboard?
Everything is going to be cardstock. All of the cards are like a 350 GSM linen card, and the player boards are all going to be cardboard, and we're going to have dual layered boards for the final version as well. So we'll have our little wooden cubes slotting perfectly into each of their little duck spots.
Awesome.
It is kind of hard to see, but the cards do have, and the box as well has that sort of linen texture, that kind of weave. And even though that the fundamental design of these cards is fragile, they feel pretty solid. So well done with figuring that out.
They're very solid. I mean, we've played with this set of cards like 50, 60 games over
like 71 now.
Just over conventions of like all sorts of people, and we haven't had a single card tear despite the fact that they do have a cut in them. So they are very sturdy as they are, which is great.
Okay. Final question from me. Would you rather fight a horse-sized duck or 100 duck-sized Romans?
Wait, what?
Other Romans, what type of Romans are we talking about?
Full Roman legionnaires, but they're duck-sized.
I'll take the horse.
I think I'm also taking the horse.
Duck-sized horse.
A horse-sized duck?
Horse-sized duck.
Yeah.
I'll take the 100. Yeah, I'll take that. I think I could do pretty well.
I think this is the next video game. 1 man versus 100 duck-sized Roman legionnaires.
That's all we have time for with Aqueducts, but you two will be upstairs in the mosquito foyer for the rest of the afternoon.
That's right.
Yeah. Yep.
Sharing more of Aqueducts. Do check it out. Kickstarter you reached your goal, so publishing is going to be happening soon.
Yeah,
so
where's the final bit that they can follow and support you online?
Yeah, where can people keep up to date with you?
Yeah.
You can follow us on Instagram, aqueducts_game. And we have a website. You can still join as a Kickstarter on Kickstarter. I think most of our QR codes still go there.
Yeah.
And we might get a Discord up and running soon. We keep getting requests for that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's right.
Awesome. Thank you so much, you
Thanks,
two.
Jack. Thanks, Reid.
Yeah, thanks you guys. Thanks for having us.
Amplify Games today. Right now, we're going to talk about Stellar Scavengers with Tem Matthews, also just known as Tem, for the as the developer. Hello.
Hello. How's it going?
Oh, it's all right. So, give us a quick rundown on what is Stellar Scavengers.
So Stellar Scavengers is a roguelike RTS in which you will traverse the galaxy, collect ships to customize your fleet, and also upgrade those ships to hopefully eventually beat the final boss.
My first question: is there any homeworld in the DNA here?
Absolutely. Yes.
Homeworld.
Big inspiration. Homeworld.
I'm also feeling FTL.
Yep.
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 You're a big spaceships fan in general?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. Cool.
Yep. Whole game about spaceships. Definitely a spaceships fan.
Yes,
It
absolutely.
awakens in you.
How long have you been working on this?
I think I started development in 2023, so it's been a while.
Is it just you?
Yes, just me.
Just you. One person and about 2 years of development work?
Yep.
Did you have any previous development experience before you threw yourself into this?
I did. I developed a lot of smaller games. I probably started learning how to make games when I was about 15. I'm 25 now. And yeah, no, I did. I sort of took some of the assets from previous projects and sort of used it as a base to build out this game.
There's no shame. That
No.
is just being smart.
Yeah, well, I
Why
like the
rebuild
designs.
anything? Yeah,
I like the
exactly.
designs.
Work smarter, not harder.
Yeah.
What have you... Is this your first time showing the game off
Yes.
at a public event?
Yes. Very first time, yeah.
Is this... what kind of reactions have you been getting to people playing it?
A lot of good reactions, which is really nice. There was one person who played it who got really far, and he gave a lot of constructive criticism, which I always really appreciate. Because, yeah, it can be hard to develop this type of game.
Especially in a vacuum, if you're sitting there by yourself, you're getting obsessed over these weird little details, and then you actually give it to somebody else, and you find out none of that mattered, and actually there was this other thing that I totally missed.
Yes. Yep. Yep.
And that's why playtesting and public demos are such a really important thing. And have you been happy with the response you've gotten?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, lots of positive reactions. People definitely having fun with the game. I was worried about the game being a little bit too difficult because it is a roguelike and it's meant to be punishing. But no, people have really enjoyed it despite the potential difficulty.
Well, I sneakily had a little game in the corner earlier, and I have to say, I play a fair bit of this kind of game. Not recently though, and it was not too difficult. It just
Awesome. Yep.
once you figure out what buttons do which, it just works. And I started getting into the harder levels, and I was like, oh no, I'm losing ships, my little guys. These damn space pirates keep blowing them up. But it's intuitive, and I'm curious, how far along the process do you feel like this game is?
I think, yeah, it's hard to say. I don't want scope creep to come in and keep adding more features. I'm happy with how it is now. I kind of just want to sort of expand the amount of locations you can visit, because at the moment there's just this sort of one location with the green clouds in the background. But eventually you'll be able to go to I'm thinking 3 total, including this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'll have different bosses and different enemies to encounter and different ships to collect and that kind of thing.
Have you thought about having obstacles like asteroids to kind of break up the terrain?
Wait, sorry, say that again.
Have you thought about having obstacles to break up the terrain, like asteroids that you could blow up or just get in the way?
Yes, absolutely, I have. The concept for the second zone, actually, or the second level, is some sort of asteroid field that you have to navigate while also continuing to collect resources and fight the enemy ships.
I love that. Do you have a goal for the game? Do you want to get it out into the world for people to play, or?
I do eventually want to launch on Steam. I've never launched a Steam game before. And I did think about trialing a smaller game to see how it is before launching this one, because it is so large.
Yeah.
But yeah, I definitely want to launch on Steam eventually.
There are a lot of very experienced and moderately experienced people around this event that I think you should have a chat with, and I think they could give you some good tips about the road to launching it.
Yeah.
I think you can learn a lot from the people who come to these events. Is this your first time at the Games Festival?
This is my first time at the Games Festival.
Are you
I was
having
very
fun?
surprised I got in, but yes, I'm having a lot of fun.
It's really good to have you here. In the last 2 years of working on this game, like, has there been a really big hurdle for you that is like, you know, traumatizing of like, oh my God, I couldn't figure out this bug for months?
Yes, kind of. I think it's the balance of the game. It's
Mhm.
very easy. So the type of game it is, it being a real-time strategy, normally in roguelikes, you know, you buff up you buff up one character, they become super powerful, right?
Mhm.
And that allows you to, you know, sweep the enemies or whatever. But the problem with RTS is you've got a lot of different units, and you only die in this game when you lose all your units.
Yes.
So the abilities really had to be toned down as much as I could, but still making it fun for people to collect them and like synergize them, I guess, or, you know, figure out different combinations.
Yeah. Do you feel like that's kind of solved so far?
No, not fully. Definitely with a couple people that play the game, no.
I think you will probably benefit from a lot more playtesting, and you're going to
Yeah.
find things that you haven't noticed, I haven't noticed.
Yeah.
Paul, do you have anything to
I'm just trying to work out how to do things. I mostly tried to zoom in on my one remaining ship as it got slaughtered by pirates. But I do like the idea of this, you know, homeworld inspired. The trails aren't quite long enough to be called
Homeworld.
Yeah, it's just like, oh no, just it's a little bit of touch there. No, it kind of reminds me of like 90s PC games I would play, but you know, a bit smoother. Yes, so we're looking roguelike structure. You know, we're talking FTL stuff like that. Are we looking at the moment just trying to get that one rundown sort of look experiment, or are we having a larger idea, like some other progression as well, or just those basics at the moment?
Just the basics, really. I really want to, refine it to a point where it feels fair to do a run. Like, you know, it feels fair that you die. It feels fair that you, how you progress. I have had issues with people just snowballing out of control, becoming really powerful,
Yeah.
and then the opposite issue as well, with people not being powerful enough.
But also, isn't that part of play around with the prototype as it is now?
Yes. So you can follow me on either Twitter or Blue Sky, at Stellar Scavengers. I don't have a Steam page yet because I'm not sure when I'm going to release, but I do eventually plan to release on Steam.
Have you thought about other control styles that would allow you to put it on different platforms?
That's a good question.
Yes, I would love to see how you could implement this on controller, but I'm not sure how it would work.
Yes, I'm not sure either. You might have to have some sort of.
Have you played
Switch 2
Pikmin?
does let you use the Joy-Cons as a mouse.
That's true. That is true. The Switch 2 does let you use the Joy-Cons as a mouse.
There we go. Maybe that's a different avenue for you to go down later on.
No, it's funny. Like, as I say, the old PC gamer, like, as soon as I'm grouping units, I'm like, can I group these? Can I like control one and everything? It's like, like there's old muscle memories that come back.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I can see, because I can see it getting very sweaty if you wanted to push it on that hardcore level.
Yes,
Where it's like, going between groups and everything, and you know, getting it to a level where having too many units actually isn't enough.
Yeah.
And that would kind of impress. And then, you know, the whole home world, like these on the screen at the moment, there's the lasers going and everything. That's a lovely effect going through the ship trails. It just has that aesthetic that draws it in. And that's partly why you got on in, because it looks really cool. Yes. So other than the backgrounds and adding like some different sort of terrain varieties, I guess, is there any other aesthetic goals you'd like to achieve?
Aesthetic goals, as in for the arts, or
or just style in general. It's like,
no, I don't know. I feel pretty happy with the art style. I feel having different terrain. Like the idea is that each zone, so there'll be 3 in total.
Yeah.
They'll have different ships, so you're sort of you won't get the space pirates potentially in the next zone.
Yeah.
They'll only be in this zone, so potentially changing up what people are looking at and that kind of thing.
And then there's a boss at the end of each zone.
Yes, but it'll be different.
And that varies as well.
Yeah.
Well, do we have any questions from the audience about this one?
It's a quiet room.
Any hands up? Zara, you got anything for us?
Oh, this one.
Oh, hello. Yes.
Oh.
Is there any chance that any sort of background lore or story to this, or is it just going to be a classic, just go around space?
Well, please tell me you have like a 4,000-page Bible of lore.
Yes, for the stream, that one was. Is there any story? Is there deep lore in this game, or is it planned?
I do actually have a story in mind, and there is a bit of a story. There's no written thing in the game yet, but there is a bit of a story behind each ship. I have plans going in mind. Yeah.
I have noticed they have some characteristic names.
Going the Star Citizen route, putting all the lore in the ship design.
Anything else from the audience?
The question for the stream was if there's like space and stuff, would we recognize? Is this in real science-based space?
Is this real life?
I'm gonna have to say no. It's very I'm leaning more into the fantasy sci-fi kind of thing. But I do some of the there are some abilities that I didn't put in this demo that are like based on real science concepts. So
bit of fun.
Bit of groundedness there.
It's a bit of fun. Yeah.
All right. Well, where did you say we could keep up with this game? Follow you on Blue Sky?
Blue Sky or Twitter.
Yeah.
Stellar
What was your name on
Scavengers.
this?
At Stellar Scavengers.
At Stellar Scavengers. Well, thank you so much, Tem, for your time and for showing us this game.
Yep.
I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I might be taking that build home if nobody takes it off me. So, thank you so much. We will be back in a little bit with
Slime time! Bow.
Thank you.
Join us later.
connected us as a team at the Screen Queensland residency. We've been working together for the last 5 months, prototyping and trying all sorts of different ideas, and now we're ready to go ahead with production of a micro-scale game that we will release by the end of the year. We have an ultra-thin vertical slice prototype with 1 level and online physics multiplayer, but more importantly, we have a bunch of level and mechanic concepts planned out for this year. We're super excited to show you what we've been working on and how you can help us take this prototype to the next level. Battling game about eating your friends. Intuitive controls and visuals make it super simple to play. Eat food to grow bigger so you can chase down the 7 other players. The bigger you get, the more food players get from defeating you. This creates fun social moments where the lead player is the biggest target and the weaker players band together. We made it to be the perfect game to play with your friends and family who don't really play games. It's our answer to the people left out of game sessions. The mums, little brothers, uncles and grandmothers who never get to play or who never even consider playing. Slime Time is a game about connection. It connected us as a team at the Screen Queensland residency. We've been working together for the last 5 months, prototyping and trying all sorts of different ideas, and now we're ready to go ahead with production of a micro-scale game that we will release by the end of the year. We have an ultra-thin vertical slice prototype with 1 level and online physics multiplayer. But more importantly, we have a bunch of level and mechanic concepts planned out for this year. We're super excited to show you what we've been working on and how you can help us take this prototype to the next level. To show you what we've been working on and how you can help us take this prototype to the next level. This is Slime Time. It's a physics battling game about eating your friends. Slime Time. It's a physics battling game about eating your friends. Intuitive controls and visuals make it super simple to play. Eat food to grow bigger so you can chase down the 7 other players. The bigger you get, the more food players get from defeating you. This creates fun social moments where the lead player is the biggest target and the weaker players band together. We made it to be the perfect game to play with your friends and family who don't really play games. It's our answer to the people who are left out of game sessions. The mums, little brothers, uncles, and grandmothers who never get to play and who never even consider playing. Slime Time is a game about connection.
right, hello everybody, welcome back. I am Caroline, I am with
And
Zed
how you
Games,
can
and we
help
are
us
doing
take this
Amplify
prototype to
Games
the
here
next level.
at the Brisbane Games Festival. Hello, also my lovely co-host right now, Peter.
Thank you, Caroline.
And
I am
we are
Peter.
with the developers of Slime Time.
Slime Time.
Slime Time.
Yes.
Please introduce yourselves.
Hello, I'm Anya. I'm the lead artist on Slime Time.
I'm David. I'm the lead developer.
Awesome. Thank you, Anya. Thank you, David.
Is it just you two?
Is there any more on the team? Or?
Yes.
There is Scarlett as well, a producer / 2D artist.
Yeah, she's holding down the fort upstairs. So she's responsible for a lot of the 2D art. Not anything we can see right now, but if you see our Steam banner or our big banner at our booth, yeah.
Awesome. So how did the three of you come together to form Flow State Games and come up with the idea for Slime Time?
Well, we were really lucky to be part of a program Screen Australia runs called The Residency.
Yep.
Screen Australia Residency, where a bunch of people apply, they select a bunch of game developers, and then they put us in a room for a year with like a...
Do you get breaks in that year? Do they
No,
let you
it's
out?
24/7.
Yeah, they lock us in.
But yeah, we get office space. We get to network with each other. They also give us opportunities to visit places like Gameloft and other studios. They get people in. So we were all part of that. We learned a lot through that, and we met each other there. Yeah. I made this prototype during a game jam, and then I worked with another game jam with Anya, and she's really killer at the environment art, which you'll see in a sec. So she jumped on board, Scarlett jumped on board, and is doing all our beautiful 2D art because she's also amazing. So yeah, we all met through the residency.
Awesome. Sounds fantastic. So why Slime Time specifically then? Other than just the prototype, why this sort of game?
Do you want to take that?
Well, in I think October, David had been working previously on a RTS and had like made the slime in Unreal, and he was kind of obsessed with it and the and the concept of slimes as a whole. So he was like, I kind of want to make a slime game. Anya, get on board. Scarlett, get on board. And then that's just how it went.
Yeah, and we've been playing a game called Bopple Battle at the office, which is a 2D version where you play little blob things and battle each other. And we wanted to make our own that could have up to 8 players as well, because we were always leaving people out. So.
Yes.
Rightio. Can you discuss any of the design process and slime mechanics and the environments that evolved from that?
Sure. So the character, like Anya...
Oh, while we're doing that, let's get into a game, just
Sure.
so that people can see what the game actually looks like here for the menu.
So like Anya said, when I was first developing this in a game jam environment, I had taken a bunch of kind of procedural animation stuff from my RTS project and applied it to these guys to try and find something that's a bit more fun when it comes to platforming. And they've changed a lot since then, but essentially they started out as spheres with kind of bones inside them, and they were like physically simulated beanbags that you'd throw around the room and stick to the walls and things like that. And it was just a lot of fun to control, but also look at and play. And so that was really our launching off point, was just making something that's really fun to control and look at. And from there, we just implemented what we thought was fun. A big moment for us was the first Zed Games event we were part of. I forget the name of it right now, but the Indie Night.
Indie Dev Night at Netherworlds.
Yeah, exactly. And seeing all the other games there, but seeing how people interacted with this game in particular really changed how we approached the design. Because originally it was a much more competitive game. We were looking at that game we'd been playing around the office. But a lot of the people that the game really resonated with were actually like families and kids and people that didn't usually play games. So we kind of kept everything that made it simple and easy to approach and got rid of some of the more complex stuff and embraced that. So the whole game is played with just like the analog stick and the jump button. And all the interactions are just you running into things or something attached to you running into something. And it's very intuitive and easy to read what's happening, because it's essentially the game is you eat food, get bigger, and then you can eat each other, and it's the last one standing. So you can really see if someone is going to eat you or able to eat you, they're much bigger on screen, and everything else. It's very natural.
Fantastic. Got
How
some
has
of the-
it changed? Oh, I think you basically already answered that. But have you taken... You know what? I keep on forgetting the question. Sorry.
okay.
I'm just so distracted with playing it. It's very fun. Like, how long have you been working on it, like, full-time?
So I've been full-time on it probably since September, October. A lot of this year, though, has been stuff you can't see here. It's online networking and learning C++ and physics resimulation and very fun things. But yeah.
Is it just going to be a couch co-op, or is it going to be online as well?
So it's going to be online as well. So the idea is you can sit down with like a few of your friends and play online with another few friends in front of another computer somewhere else in the world, and matchmake with other people online playing by themselves or whatever. So it's like mixed local online.
So how many players total?
Up to 8.
Up to 8.
Yes.
I was going to say, as gamers, I don't know whether we have 8 real-life friends, but
Yeah, there's not that many setups, which is why the like the mixed local online thing was quite important for the game, because it's you can get a couple of friends together and then queue up with other people online or with other friends around the world.
will it have matchmaking and stuff as well?
At the moment, we're thinking we'll just do like a quick match kind of thing. You might have seen in the lobby, we've got that lobby code thing where you enter something to join someone else's game, their exact code. But we're not going to do, it's not competitive or anything. I think we've steered really far away from that into much more casual space, which isn't necessarily the type of game I would...
It's a shame. I could very much see this being an e-sport.
Yeah, slime sport.
So is there any particular features or mechanics that you're really got excited about when kind of brought the game together?
Honestly, I think the animation of the characters, which I've already spoken a bit about, was the funnest part for me, because these characters are actually just like a sphere with bones inside them, and all the animation you see is just driven by where the player's analog stick is pointed. So there's no actual animations playing at all. It's all physics and materials and particle effects and stuff to make it look all sloppy.
Awesome.
It feels very sloppy to
Yeah.
play.
Yeah, it is very different from like a traditional platform. Like if you go in expecting like super sharp controls and everything, you'll be a bit disappointed. It is very like momentum physics based and a bit of a embrace the silly jank kind of vibe.
Fantastic. So you've been playing at Indie Dev Nights and today's sort of idea. Any sort of interesting feedback you've received from playtesters?
I don't know. I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Maybe you can.
Not so much feedback, more like what I find really interesting is when like families start playing and it'd be like, parents and then 2 kids and the 2 kids would be like going at it. And then we'll get the mum on board and she'll get really, really into it.
Yeah.
Which is really enjoyable to see, like, because, when you're a mum, you're like, no, that's fine, I'll just let the kids. But, like, it's really nice to see, like...
Nice to see that family dynamic and just everybody kind of getting in and enjoying it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's honestly why we went this casual route, is because you see someone go from, like, oh, I'm taking my kid to this event or whatever, to, like, actually enjoying themselves and having fun with their family and stuff. And it's like, wholesome and...
Yeah. Not to say that mums can't play games, because they definitely can.
True.
Has there been a favorite interaction with the game that you've remembered from the various playtestings?
The biggest one that I can think of that happened today is 2 kids and their mum were playing, and she was kind of kneeling on the ground, and then she kind of like lifted up the controller. She's like, yes!
Yeah, she's
Just
treating
that
it like those
winning
motion
moment.
controls.
Yeah.
So with this one, with you guys doing the Queensland residency and things as well, how has the Brisbane game development community influenced your work then?
I think hugely, to be honest. I honestly don't think I'd be making this game without the residency or the community.
Yeah, absolutely.
Something's freaking out.
Yeah, that's a fun bug. That's like the balloon bug. It seems like...
As physics.
Yep.
Yeah, so this level in particular is very new, and it's full physics. It's got a lot going on.
I can keep it going.
Oh, outstanding.
We love it. We love to see it. It's a feature.
Yes,
Oh, yeah.
exactly. Have you ever implemented something that has been a bug originally and you thought, oh, that's really fun, I'm going to keep that in?
Yeah, have you gone down the Bethesda route? It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Kind of. There's like a lot of interactions where I'm like, oh, I want this to happen, and then I don't think about the secondary interactions of like this sword, for example, is just, I added it the other week and it just parents the thing to the player, but the way that it's parented, it kind of pivots and looks like he's actually like pointed in whatever direction he's walking and all these other things. But there's all these little interactions like that, which are very fun. Like these little slimes like floating around inside the other slime. It's just, I just added a constraint to that, but he looks like he's having a great time in that. It's fully, yeah.
Happy accidents.
Yeah.
So with the development then, any unexpected challenges or setbacks, surprises along the way? Good or bad?
Definitely, yeah. So like the last 5 months or so has been online multiplayer.
Yep.
Which I tried to do the very, very perfect, correct way, and I should not have, but it's become incredibly complex doing physics resimulation, which is basically like each machine simulating the physics and then trying to match them up over a network. It's not been a good time.
Yeah, no, I can attest to that not being all that particularly fantastic sort of thing. Any suggestions that you're thinking of implementing that people have said? Any new mechanics or modes of play or?
Just more fun levels.
Yeah.
More fun levels?
Amped about more levels.
We've got a lot of level designs that come from feedback and things like that. So I think the next one we've got is a picnic-themed level, which has ants walking around and they'll bite you and carry food around.
That
Carry you away.
ancient enemy of slimes, ants.
Yes.
Is there any power-ups or anything in the game other than just the eating mechanic?
Yeah, so at the moment we've got the sword you can pick up, and we've got two others which are a bit more temporary, like the star power, which works very similar to Mario, where you become a bit invulnerable and you hurt people that you run into.
Yep.
And this other split one. But we're going along the route of more abilities like the sword one, where players have a bit more interaction. It's very clear what is happening. So we've got like a little grappling hook thing and something that leaves a little slime trap behind and a few things like that. But we're keen to keep it very simple, so you can still choose to control with one analog. So that's something with the sword. Like when you pick up the sword, you can technically control it with the other analog stick, but it's not required. If you just use your movement or you're not familiar with games, it'll still point wherever you're pointed and everything else.
Awesome. So it's got a very unique aesthetic, I guess, to say sort of idea. Who came up with the whole aesthetic, and other than your slime RTS and whatnot?
So I kind of based the aesthetic around David's slimes. So I saw like, cell shaded, bright, fun, soft shapes, and then I just ran with it. Like I'm a sucker for some bright, colourful aesthetics.
Makes it very visually distinct.
Yeah.
Will there be merch?
Oh, absolutely. I would love it.
Yeah, we want to do collabs with the
Just
slime
slime
talk.
companies.
Yes. Also plushes.
Oh yeah. When you touch them, it's just slime.
So being that it's still in development, you still got plans to build levels, a few more mechanics, things like that. When are we likely to expect to be able to get some hands-on demo or online access, early access, things like that?
Yeah, so we're looking at releasing a demo in the next month or so, pending defeating all the major outstanding bugs and weirdness. So we want to release a demo which has at least these two levels working nicely, and then add a third in the next couple of months, and then we're looking to release by the end of the year. But we want the free demo to pretty much stay up constantly, so people can either use this as a way to get their friends into the game, because it is so many players, or just hang around and stick to the demo.
Awesome. So, with speaking of bugs, what's the most hilarious one you've seen other than the balloon one that we've had here? What's the most weird or one that just made you burst out laughing?
So we network test just the three of us, and it's like it's all well and good on the host side, but like David will usually host, and Scarlett and I like it'll play regularly, and then your slime will just like teleport and stretch across the map, and then like like just fling itself like back and forth.
It's like going through a black hole or something. It looks great.
Just absolutely freaks itself out.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, just many silly physics bugs like that.
One that we found today is sometimes when you spawn the sword, it'll get stuck in the stone.
Yeah.
Like sword in the stone.
And then you're like attached to the stone and you can't pull it out. And yeah.
It's a weakness and a strength.
Yeah.
So, how about we ask the audience some questions? Anybody got one? Zara.
It was
for the stream, that was, is this slime aesthetic, did it come instantaneously or did it take a little while to get kind of going? Why is it so cute?
Honestly, I think there is actually a really good answer to that. Because I started out with just the slime and it was kind of like, all right, moving it around. But as soon as I added that eyeball, it became incredibly cute and fun to control. But without that eyeball that kind of looks where you're pointing or whatever, it was just like a little slime ball that you could, take or leave.
I think that David's put a lot of effort into putting a lot of personality into the slimes. Like when they eat food, the pupil dilates, or like when you hold down A to jump, it like kind of squints, and then like shakes a little bit and then jumps, which is quite fun.
I have another question. Why haven't I won yet?
That's a bug that we found today.
Always good, more bugs.
Yes.
Any other audience questions? Anyone? No? Radio, okay. Well, where can these plans... Oh, over this side. So, do you want to do that one?
For the stream, I'm just going to summarize. Is there plans for different mechanics per level or different modifiers, such as rising, eating things to make things happen, etc.?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have like a couple different themes that we have planned. For like the dungeon theme, obviously we have like the sword ability, and the tap, but I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Yeah,
mechanics.
Yeah, exactly that. Like we do want each kind of theme to have its own unique added mechanic. So this one right now, it's a bit all over the place, but if you tilt the wheel, the tap, it actually starts pouring water down and raises the water level of the map, and the lily pads rise up and all that. So we'd like to do like a set bunch of maps which have this in it, but for now we're kind of like trying to do as different as we can to try and figure out where the funner parts lie before we flesh out those areas. So yeah, I think you're spot on. Like we're trying to do one like unique mechanic per level right now, and then we're going to flesh out those unique mechanics into kind of a package of levels.
Awesome, fantastic. And as a final bit, where can players follow you, keep up to date with Slime Time's progress, that kind of sort of stuff?
Yeah, so if you find us on Steam, Slime Time, you can wishlist now and you'll be notified when the free demo comes out in a month or two. You can also, there's a Discord link there, and those are probably the two best places to follow us.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you
Awesome.
for having us.
to the last game for Amplify Games. Last but not least, we have Dungeon Pizza. And I don't know about all of you, but I'm starting to think about dinner, you know what I mean?
Waka waka.
I'm Zara here at Zed Games. With me is my very cool host, Caroline. And I'll just let the... Sorry, I keep calling you guys the rat team. Just kind of like the pizza team. Why don't you introduce yourselves?
Sure, I'm Lewis. Hi, some of you know me, some of you don't. I'm a producer on the team and also a programmer this time.
I am Sam. I'm a 2D artist and an animator on the team. Hello, everyone.
Hello. First things first, what is Dungeon Pizza?
Great question.
Loaded question.
Like a loaded pizza?
Dungeon Pizza was originally a working title, but it's too good. It pitches itself. You have opened a pizzeria in a dungeon for some reason. Adventurers come. You can click on the item. Yeah. Adventurers come on their dungeon runs, so that they don't have to go back up to the surface to restock on supplies anymore. They can just get takeaway. It's perfect. Can I give you tips?
Yes, please.
Head through to the kitchen on the left.
Of
and
course.
Then second, the far left counter. Yes. Okay, from here you got it. Yes.
Kneading the dough.
Oh, the jiggle to it.
Do we have no sound? The sounds are good.
We have to make the sound ourselves.
I'll do the sounds. Yeah.
So, how did Dungeon Pizza come to be? What prompted the idea? What occasion? Were you all just sort of like...
Lewis just pitched it to me. You were just like, pizza
Yeah.
game? Question mark? And I was like, yeah, that sounds great.
There was a game jam that I did not participate in because I didn't have an idea. But the theme was delivery. And then when the jam ended, I had an idea. Because of course... and I
That's
was like,
always how it goes, isn't it?
yeah, pizza delivery in a dungeon though. That could be it. And then I pitched it to these guys, and it's not pizza delivery, but it is in a dungeon. But that's where it started.
I am fully spinning this pizza.
Yeah, you got it.
Skills.
I think
Crushing it.
I think I could work at Domino's after this.
Is this in any way inspired by Dungeon Meshi?
Yes. Very much so. Yeah.
I saw it and immediately we went, whoop,
Yeah.
Dungeon Meshi.
It's like Cooking Mama, Dungeon Meshi.
Outstanding. Yeah, definitely giving the Cooking Mama vibes.
It's like a blend of the
Is there a backstory to this cat chef? Is that who you're playing as?
Yeah.
Who is this guy?
This guy.
He's intriguing.
This mysterious orb of a figure. His name is Boss. He is the owner of the store. I designed this little guy. Very inspired by the circularness of dough.
I'm definitely getting that, yes.
Yeah.
He's just such a friendly-looking guy.
Yeah, he's a friendly guy. He doesn't
You
really
missed
have
a spot of sauce.
much of a backstory at the moment.
That's
But-
for the low-sodium people.
Yeah.
There's a fair bit of like fantasy tropes that we're leaning on, and one of them, like we've got the old school dungeon crawler HUD with the map, even though there's only 3 rooms in the kitchen.
Complex.
One of them is the portrait in the corner, which happens to line up really well with Cooking Mama. But we were considering character creation from the start, but Boss's character design is just too good. I don't know if we can, have other options. No one can compete with this guy. He's too cute.
Did this sort of make pizza worse or better for you?
For me, it's better.
Yeah, I would say better.
Yeah. I got a pizza oven at home, and
You're getting some ideas from these rat chunks.
it's
and
fairly
eyeballs?
frequently after work. I'm like, dude, I gotta have a pizza.
Yeah.
Why don't I just chop up
You
a
can-
rat?
Yeah, you can do that one. That's the middle one there is
Go on.
it's in progress, but you can chop it. By the way, this is the old build.
The old build?
Yeah, you can't serve the pizza in this one.
Oh.
I got the new one in my pocket if you want it.
I thought we were... Sorry, I really
You're
thought
good, you're good,
we
you're good.
put it up. That's all right, though. So what sort of challenges did you experience throughout developing the game? Was there any, like, particular... This spinning mechanic is pretty tricky. Was that as tricky to implement as I thought it might be, or as I think it might be? Or was there something else that was just kind of like a bit of a headache, a bit of a brick wall that you thankfully overcame?
There's been some usability stuff, particularly with the dough kneading at the start. Took a lot more work than I expected when it's literally just up down.
What was it specifically?
So this is kind of my favorite thing to work through, and the solution is always playtesting. But you give the game to someone on the far right. I don't know why that happens. It's fixed in the new build. You give the game to someone, and they approach it in ways that you never expected. So with the dough, that was people. It's really surprisingly hard to get someone to click and drag. You've got the clicking and the dragging, and you can put like an arrow on the screen, and that indicates a direction. But like, you can't be there next to the person for every single person who plays your game saying, click on it and drag it, right?
Yeah. It is a bit of a. It is just kind of like figuring out how people approach a problem, how they approach a prompt.
Yeah.
Because like as a developer, you might be like, oh yeah, the arrow. It's telling you which way to go.
Yeah.
Oh, but somehow people read the arrows differently.
Yeah, they mean different things. But then for the spinning of the pizza, I thought this is complicated. You're going to have to like do these circles and pull back and go forwards, but they're fine with it.
People just got that?
I don't know why. They enjoy it.
Fair enough.
People long to spin.
Do you have a... This is a question for the both of you. What's your favorite pizza?
Ooh.
I like margarita pizza.
Margarita's always good.
Pretty
like,
good.
what sort of crust are we talking?
Maybe just a thin crust. Thin crust, yeah.
How about you?
I don't know.
You've been put on the
But
spot.
you've made a whole game. You must have opinions.
Yeah. So at
Eyeball
home,
pizza?
I've been the eyeballs. They're so good. Had to put them in the game. No, at home I've been having all the pickled and brined ingredients. Right, so you've got
like olives.
Olives, of course, but then also pickled eggplant.
Oh.
Yeah, it goes well, and sun-dried tomatoes, and that's 3 ingredients. And then any more than 3 ingredients is too many.
Well, okay. Well, I think
I disagree.
On principle, I want to disagree because pizza is limitless. There are so many potential ideas for pizza. I mean, just think about how many items are on the Domino's menu at the moment, and they're coming out with 10 new pizzas every week.
But they should cap it at 3 ingredients.
Oh, take it up with the pizza god, I guess.
We were thinking with this to have pineapple available, but no customer will ever ask for it, and it's just always there.
It's just mysterious.
Yeah. Tempting you.
Question for
Showing
the
dark
audience.
side.
Question for the audience. Who's team pineapple on pizza? Oh, get out of here.
Wow, the pineapple wins today.
Jeez,
Let's go.
that's a lot more of you than I thought. Okay.
Open-minded
Good.
individuals stay winning.
Yes.
Is more than 3 ingredients too much on a pizza?
It's nowhere near enough.
Everyone's shaking their head. Yeah, okay, I'll take that one.
What do you think is next for Dungeon Pizza? Like, it's in a pretty early state so far, but it's in a delicious state so far. What other toppings do you have planned for it?
Oh yeah, what toppings?
Maybe not necessarily toppings. I was trying to do a little pizza pun.
Yeah, we do actually have a couple more characters that are made. They just haven't made it into this latest build.
Can you tell us?
Yeah, we've got like a kind of shape-shifting werewolf character. So they come back. They come in as like their human form first, and then they will come back as a werewolf another time. And you kind of have to remember what they ordered the first time because they can't really communicate with you as a werewolf.
Yeah, in
Stuff
wolf
like that.
form, she's just
Yeah.
like, "Arr!" You're like,
Yeah.
Which is like, I think many customers first thing in the morning.
Yeah, that is like regular customers basically.
Will there be dietary restrictions?
Is
for
it gluten-free
some of
dough?
the customers? Yeah.
I know there's a sourdough.
We've considered a druid, right? Who would get
druid.
upset if you put any meat on the pizza. Eyeballs, no. Rat chunks, no.
I mean, fair enough. If you're a druid, you don't really want to be eating rat chunks.
We do have the dough slime idea happening. There's like in the cellar, which you can access.
You can pop down to the cellar in this build. There's
yeah,
no
it's a
there's
bit
no
sneaky.
prompt.
There's a little dough slime that lives in the
Yeah.
corner, and he makes your slime for you. Your
Grab the
dough,
arrow.
sorry. And maybe we could do like gluten-free.
And then the stairs on the
gluten-free
far,
options
far
or
left.
something with the dough slime. It's a
Yeah,
good
there
idea.
he is.
Oh, is he there?
Yeah, he's not interactable at the moment.
He's still.
But what's his name?
He looks
It's up
like
to
a
you.
fall guy.
No.
Fall guy.
Yeah.
He does. He does. Keep him captive. Take his dough.
I think he's Sourdough Sam.
It's a good name.
So the idea with him is you feed him flour and he gives you pizza dough. He's just hanging out. But
I
he's
love
doing
him already.
He's undergoing a character design pass at the moment.
With all the ingredients in this game, where are they sourced from? Are they ethical? Is this
Ethically
ethical?
sourced rat chunks.
Yeah, this is important to me.
That's why you just use the tail. The rat's fine.
You're just taking the tails off
They
the
grow
rats.
back.
Yeah.
They
They
don't
grow
need
back.
it. They don't need it.
Yes, rats grow their tails back.
I didn't know that. That's valuable information.
No, this one lies. This one lies.
I love lying. It's one of my favorite things.
You almost had me there. No, rat tails do not grow back. Please do
No.
not chop them off.
You could ask it from the source.
Just
ask him from the
ask
source.
the rat. Just ask the rat. The rats know where to get good ingredients from.
What, can I have your spare tail?
One question that is unanswered is where does the cheese come from?
Where does the cheese come
Minotaur cheese.
Yeah, I like it. It's
from?
good.
I mean,
It's going in.
I don't know about this line of thinking. Cheese opinions, keep them to yourself.
You gotta milk the Minotaur and then make the cheese.
Yeah.
Goodness.
Ethically sourced. It's
Yeah.
consensual.
You're like, hey, we're doing.
Anyway,
Can
next
I milk
ingredient.
you? And
So-
she's just like, have at it.
We've got a mushroom druid coming.
Yes, like a mushroom witch lady
Mm.
kind of thing.
Ooh,
Yeah. She's another character that's been cooking.
And
Is
I
she
don't,
a
I
fun
don't
guy?
think,
Is she? Oh, yeah. That's a good one.
I don't
That's a
think
good
the
one.
mushrooms are consenting though in your sketches, right?
Yeah, the mushrooms look a bit concerned.
Yeah, the mushrooms are like,
help
yeah,
me.
Yeah.
But
What
yeah.
type of mushrooms are they?
Magic mushrooms. Like fantasy, not that kind of.
That would make an amazing pizza.
How long have you been working on the game so far?
I count this differently. Oscar was saying earlier 3.5 months.
Really?
Yeah, that's what I said. I
I'd
thought
say
it was
longer than
5.
that. Yeah, like 5 months.
Yeah.
5 months, I would
But
say.
let's meet in the middle, 4 and a bit.
Did Oscar come on a bit later? Or?
No, everyone was on from the start.
Yeah, I'd say 5 months.
Yeah. So this came about with the residency. It's not like it's just something that happened naturally, right? Everyone's like, oh, it must be like a residency project, but it's like, well, we're all in the same room together. We're bound to work on something cool just by nature of hanging out every day.
Yeah.
So this started in March. If you can count, then you can work out how long the game is in development. I can't count.
I cannot count. No.
That's all right. That's all right. With the residency program, like, how has that been? Because it's been really interesting seeing what type of projects come out of the residency program, and we're seeing like some more like, I guess, bigger, more polished stuff. But we're also seeing a lot more like smaller, just like really fun games come out as a result. Like, what's your experience been with it so far?
It's been awesome.
Yeah, it's been really good just to be able to have the same space as about 15 or so other people. Just all kind of there for the same reasons, with the same ideas, just to make something really cool. And everyone's just been really awesome to work with.
We've seen a lot of small projects this year, so I don't know what the residency's been like year to year, but I think it's been different with each cohort. And I feel like this time around, there's a lot of people making small stuff and trying to work with everyone in the room at some point. Yeah, it's kind of been a goal for most people to try and work with every resident at some point, and we've almost got that. I've almost worked with everyone, not quite, but
Is there any like lessons that you've learned or advice you would give to perhaps yourself like a year ago, or to anyone who might be considering like joining the residency program or even just getting into making games with their pals?
Do you have anything?
I'd say just do it. Like, you don't know what's going to happen until you go out there and do it. So
Just do it.
Just do it.
Yeah, start making stuff. It's a marathon and not a sprint.
I mean, it is. We do sprints. We do
agile. Stay agile, everyone. Yeah, but do it in a way that you can manage, but still make it happen. But don't like put everything on one project or what have you. Try and spin up some stuff and make it happen over the long term, which is sometimes harder than just doing a 3-week game jam or what have you.
I have another question. Why was he so happy with my awful chopping job? Why was Boss happy?
Because the programmer in me will tell you that it's because you chopped precisely 8 times. No, he's just happy to be doing the work, right? He loves being in the kitchen. Check this guy out.
Are you gonna add like a fail state or anything to it at some point?
That's an important part of the design, is to have no fail state.
Oh, interesting.
And you actually can fail one of these mini games, but it soft locks the game.
Oh.
So don't do that.
Oh.
I won't tell you what to do. Yeah, I think there's no score rating, which is something we were tossing up, is like if you do a good job, you get like 3 stars or something. No, it's just go at your own pace. You can memorize the patterns and be optimal, but there's no fail state, and there's no pizza that's better than any other pizza, as long as you put the right ingredients on for the customer.
I see.
I've got a couple more questions, but before I ask them, I just wanted to ask if the audience has any questions that they would like to ask the Dungeon Pizza team.
Question.
Hazel. How deep does the lore go?
As deep as the dungeon.
During the character design process, we're trying to ask what the characters' relationships are with each other and with the dungeon.
Okay.
So we want to make sure that the world is bigger than the window that you have into the world. But to be transparent, it's not very deep, right? It's a cool concept, but it's important to paint that full picture and to paint a little bit outside of what you can actually see. So, yeah.
We had a few more hands up there. Any other questions? Yeah, you at the back? If you could have any one character's order, what would that be?
Probably Lupa. She's not in the game at the moment, but she's the werewolf, and she's all into like the meat lover kind of pizza. I love that kind of stuff. I'd probably go for that.
Yeah, she really wants orc bacon on her pizza.
Oh.
And we leave it up to the audience. Is that bacon made from orcs?
Or made by orcs?
Exactly.
That's just an orc butt. Orc butt meat.
Take a slice. Consensual.
I think it's
ethically
there's an orc
sourced.
walking around with no buns.
Yeah. Thank you for your
He's
sacrifice.
flat. Oh no.
Yeah, they grow back.
Like the rats.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Any other questions? Yep, you in the yellow shirt. Is the Dungeon
Franchise
Pizza a
or-
small shop or a franchise? you
It's just
a-
Boss.
It's just
His name is Boss, but he doesn't have any underlings.
Wow, it's your independent local pizza shop.
He's
Support
the
local
boss of
business.
himself.
Wow.
He's so self-disciplined.
We love small business owners.
Yes. The drive, the passion,
It's beautiful.
the pizza.
Any other questions from the audience? Yeah.
What accent does Boss have?
What accent does Boss have? Does
Or
Boss
does he
speak?
just make cat noises?
But like what
But deep
flavor
voice?
of cat noise?
Meow.
I feel like you have like a deep voice, deep voice.
You know, have you seen that video of
Exactly.
the cat with like the world's deepest meow and it's like,
Yes.
wow.
That's just
Wow.
Boss. That's just boss.
That's boss.
Yeah.
Fabulous. Yeah, you got a question? Is the pizzeria a sustainable business in terms of its economic capabilities?
We hope so. They rely on government funding. No, yeah, so it's not in at the moment. Our current epic that we're focusing on is characters and your interactions with those and serving them pizzas and getting to know them. And we're taking this process where the game informs what we work on next. So the next epic that I have in mind, the next big batch of work, is inventory management, where you've got the cellar scene, right, with the larder, and you can like manage your stock day to day. Maybe there's a merchant at the end of each day. But that won't go in unless playtesting shows a need for it. I've been thinking about it. I would love to put it in, but we need the data to show that people actually want that to be part of the loop. There's definitely data to say that people love the characters that we've done so far, so that's where we're focusing on. But, you know, lore-wise, your first customer is Max, the level 1 adventurer. He doesn't have any gold yet, but he'll swap you the rat that he killed. Barter economy, I guess. But when you serve him his pizza, he'll say, hey, next time I come here, I'll pay you back because I'm planning on making a lot of money in this dungeon, which is big talk for a level 1, but sure.
Level 1 noob.
Yeah.
I need to know. I see in the cellar that there is a portrait of Boss here. Who is that next to him?
That is.
Are we allowed to know? Like,
that is his lovely wife.
He's married. He's not single.
I'm
can't
so
date
sorry,
him.
guys.
He's not single. He is not single.
Oh no! Look, I understand. Like a cat like that, does not
like-
stay on the market long.
Meow.
Exactly.
I mean, what is his wife's name?
Michelle.
Michelle.
I just came up with that. We don't have a name for her.
Michelle.
I've
Meow-shell.
behind the scenes, I've been calling her Bossette.
Oh, Bossette.
But that doesn't make much sense.
Meow-shell?
For Boss to be married to Bossette, that doesn't make any sense at all.
it does make sense.
Well, boss is boss. Why can't Bossette be Bossette?
It would just be a
We have
coincidence,
eyeballs on
I guess.
pizza. Anything is possible.
That's true. That's true.
Anything is possible. Finally, where can people keep up to date with not only Dungeon Pizza but any other projects you got going on in the works now or in the future?
Yeah, so for me, that's Blue Sky, Lewis Van Dyke at Blue Sky. Sam, you're on Instagram.
I'm on Instagram. I've got an odd account on there under Twrune, Tworune, and I just post my art there, other stuff. Yeah.
And then upstairs, we have the QR code for the mailing list. So we'll send out emails. We'll probably do one after this event to be like, yo, how cool was this event? And then we'll do another one when there's a demo playable build anywhere. Yeah, we're in the process of setting up the Steam page and stuff at the moment.
Awesome. Did you have any other last questions?
You showed me the stickers while I was over there that you were selling, but no one bought. Are you gonna sell those now?
We
Now
weren't
that
allowed
maybe
to
there's a bit of
sell them
interest?
today, actually.
So there's a story with the stickers. I haven't been proper indie before, right? I'm used to billing the stickers to the company bankroll. This time around, I had to pay for the stickers because that's how the economy works.
It hurts, doesn't it?
Yes. Oh my gosh. So we thought, oh, can we sell the stickers? Will people buy these? And then at the Indie Dev Night, people bought the stickers. It was awesome. So we made back cost price, which is great. And we thought, we'll sell the rest of the stickers today. No, you can't sell stickers here. You have to be, for insurance purposes, you have to be a volunteer. Vendors aren't allowed, which is fine.
but you have an online store where people can buy the stickers.
We should. That's a great idea.
Maybe in our newsletter.
Subscribe to our newsletter.
Yeah.
I think
Stickers.
subscribe to the newsletter,
Yes.
keep up to date with Dungeon Pizza news in order to get in on these Dungeon Pizza stickers.
You get a free sticker when you
Oh, we ran out of those actually.
You did? Oh,
yeah.
there's
Too
no
many people
stickers.
signed up.
They don't exist. Never mind.
All right, that's all we've got time for today. Thank you so much for joining us.
Pleasure.
That
Thank
is
you.
the end of Amplify Games for today, but that is not the end of the Queensland Games Festival. The games will still be showing outside in the foyer and upstairs for the next hour. Highly recommend you hang around for the awards because, of course, there is the People's Choice Awards, and your votes count. So stay tuned for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.